spot where the O'Rourke family had lived for almost 100 years was known as Island McGee. And the long, narrow, hilly road that stretched between high-thorn hedges to the nearby town bore the name of Nohead Lonan. Each Monday morning, it was Kathleen O'Rourke's custom to walk down the Lonan to the village post office. Since she started out at an early hour, the road was usually deserted. But on a certain morning in June, as she passed the cottage of her neighbor Molly Donovan, she saw Molly standing at the gate beckoning to her.
Kathleen, you wouldn't be going for the post now, would you, darling?
Bet I would, Molly.
And could you be doing a great favor for me while you're there now? It's my brother, Patrick. 3 months he's gone now, Kathleen, and not a word has he written me. And I'm that worried about him.
So you'd be wanting me to inquire at the post office if there's a letter waiting for you?
That's it. If it's not too much to be asking you.
Tis nothing at all, Molly. Wait right here. I'll be back.
And Kathleen O'Rourke continued along the road. At the post office, she collected her family's mail, but the postmaster shook his head and said there was nothing for the Donovan household. And so Kathleen turned back toward home. And it was then, just after she'd passed the outskirts of the village and started up the Nohead Lonan, it was then that she saw the man. He was tall. She had a feeling that he was handsome. A few moments later, she stood at Molly Donovan's gate.
No word from the brother?
No word, nothing at all.
Oh, heaven help him. Now I am worried for sure.
But Kathleen O'Rourke did not stay to reassure her neighbor. She sped quickly on toward home, and only when she reached the top of the hill did she stop to look behind her.
Well, now, what do you know? I thought the lad was a stranger in these parts. But there he is, standing at the gate, talking to Molly Donovan.
It was not until the following Monday, when she passed by the Donovan cottage again, that she had a chance to ask Molly a few questions.
Who was he now, Molly? The lad that was walking right behind me last Monday morning?
I saw no lad, Kathleen.
How can you say that, Molly? You know yourself he stopped to talk to you.
It's mistaken, yeah, lass. No one said a word to me that morning, besides yourself.
But I saw him with my own eyes. He was standing here at this gate.
If this is some joke you're playing, darling, you're picking a poor time for it. Sure, and my heart's too heavy even for that. 'Tis my brother, Patrick. We heard last night. He's gone, darling. Washed overboard. Lost at sea. It happened early last Monday morning. He must have died just when you were running up Nohead Lonan.
Yes, Molly Donovan's brother died at the very moment the strange young man appeared on the road behind Kathleen O'Rourke. And though Kathleen saw that man following after her, saw him stop at the gate and talk to Molly, Molly herself was unaware of his presence. This is only one of many such stories out of the country of error. A story incredible but true.
Amazing stories of the sea, there is one which invariably evokes a smile of skepticism and disbelief. But that smile vanishes whenever the story itself is supplemented by the convincing evidence of its truth. The New York Sun of October 9th, 1931, published a complete account of the incredulous affair. Here is that story.
It was a long and hazardous voyage that Captain Neil Curry undertook when his ship sailed out of the harbor of Liverpool that morning in 1881. But as the days passed and the wind blew fair, everyone, captain, his wife, and the crew alike, was lulled into a false security. And then, on a certain night, when the ship lay 1,500 miles off the coast of Mexico, catastrophe struck.
Captain Curry! Captain, sir! In the galley, sir! Fire's broken out!
Long before the captain and his wife reached the galley, the smell of smoke stung their nostrils. When they arrived, the flames were already consuming the walls, creeping hungrily out into the other parts of the hold.
It's no use, sir. We can't stop it.
All right, Wheeler. Give the order to abandon ship.
There were only 3 lifeboats, and they were pitifully frail. For a time, the eyes of every man in them were pinned on the fiery hulk which they had left behind them. As they watched in horror, it began to settle, and slowly the waves washed over it.
Then there's no hope at all. We'll die of thirst.
Yes, unless a ship comes.
But no ship came. The night passed. Another day, and another night. And now, Their lips were cracked, and their tongues parched, and they spoke in hoarse whispers.
I can't stand it. There's water there. I'm going to get down.
You fool! That's salt water.
Neil, look. The water around it looks different. It's always been blue, and now it's green. But it looks like the water in a pool or a lake. Neil, I'm going to try.
Captain Curry bent forward and seized his wife's arm. But he was too late. She had dipped her hand into the sea, and now her fingers were in her mouth.
It's fresh water. There's no salt in it. We can drink it.
Captain Curry's wife had not gone mad. There, in the midst of the ocean, the captain and his crew leaned over the sides of their boats and drank their fill. And when their thirst was slaked, they took up their vigil again with renewed hope. And when at last a ship appeared and they were taken aboard, they knew that they owed their lives to a miracle without parallel in the history of the sea, a miracle incredible but true.
The name of James Watt is invariably associated with the invention of the steam engine and with little else. It is not generally known that he was also responsible for numerous other less important but still useful contrivances. Nor do many realize that one of his major discoveries belongs, because of its curious origin, in the chronicles of the strange and the incredible.
Within a few years after it was first conceived, James Watt's steam engine was a commercial success. And in the year 1783, its inventor was enjoying both the income and the prestige to which his great scientific contribution entitled him. It came, therefore, as something of a surprise to Dr. McGregor, the pastor of the local church, when Watt appeared at his door early one summer morning, clad in a workman's overalls.
I'd like to climb the church steeple.
The church steeple? What for, Mr. Watt?
It's an experiment I want to try. A crazy idea I got in my brain, and I cannot get it out. And I came by it in a crazy way.
What way was that?
I cannot tell you now for fear you'd laugh. But if you let me climb, Doctor, and if the experiment works, why then I'll tell you the queerest story you ever heard.
A few moments later, the inventor appeared carrying a large kettle in his hand. Perched precariously at the very top of the steeple, he raised the kettle and, with a sudden gesture, overturned it. Unable to restrain himself longer, Dr. McGregor ran down the porch steps and raced toward the church. But even before he arrived there, James Watt had descended from the steeple. The pastor found the famous man knee-deep in the waters of the moat, shouting excitedly.
It worked! Dr. McGregor, it worked! I stumbled on a new scheme for making ammunition. You drop molten lead and it turns into gunshot.
Yes, Dr. McGregor's church steeple proved to be the first shot tower ever used. More than a century thereafter, leaden shot was the chief ammunition employed in the wars of Europe. And even today, similar shot towers are still in operation. But it is doubtful whether even their owners know the story that James Watt told Dr. McGregor that same morning. The strange story of what had led him to his experiment.
But I do not see, Mr. Watt, how you knew the lead would disintegrate when you dropped it.
I came by the idea in a queer sort of way. 'Twas in a dream.
A dream?
Aye, a dream that kept coming back to me next after next after next. I'd be standing in an open field, and all of a sudden, the clouds would burst and the rain would start beating down around me. Then I'd hold out my hand to feel the drops, and they'd be hard in my hand like little balls of metal, and I'd say to myself, why, man, 'tis raining leaden raindrops, and that's a queer thing indeed. And then I'd wake, and the remembering of those drops wouldn't let me sleep again. And so at last I said to myself, could it be that fallen lead disintegrates, as you call it, and forms the shape of gunshot? And so I decided to find out, and I did, and that's all there is to it. 'Tis a strange thing, I know. How would you explain it?
But neither the man of God nor any other man since has been able to explain James Watt's strange dream. Had he unconsciously grasped the principle of his remarkable discovery and then projected it in the form of the ring symbol? Or was the dream what he himself intimated it was? A miracle incredible but true. In
the annals of the strange and the incredible, death has always played a significant role. For it is inevitable that the great mystery which has intrigued men's minds since the beginning of time should itself be surrounded by countless minor mysteries. Of all of these, none is more curious, none more difficult to explain than the tantalizing story of Geoffrey de Rossier's mirror.
Geoffrey de Rossier was dying. He lay in a ward at the War Memorial Hospital in Sault Ste. Marie. His nurse, Adeline Knoop, hovering near his bed, knew that the end could not be far off. Indeed, she thought that consciousness had already slipped away. But then, to her astonishment, Geoffrey de Rossier opened his eyes, and his lips moved feebly.
A mirror. Bring me a mirror.
Hastening to obey what was unquestionably his last wish, Nurse Knoop found the mirror and brought it to him. It was just an ordinary mirror, a rectangular piece of glass without a frame. He took it in his trembling hands and held it before his face.
Madame, I'm dying.
Nurse Knoop and 3 other occupants of the ward heard that wild, frantic cry. They saw him throw the mirror down on the steel table that stood beside his bed. But it did not break. It lay where it had fallen. And Geoffrey de Rossier slumped weakly back on his pillows. But before he lost consciousness completely, de Rossier murmured one final mysterious statement. And every person in the room heard it.
That mirror. You won't be able to pick it up.
Later that morning, when the body of Geoffrey de Rossier had been removed, Nurse Knoop assisted in preparing the bed for a new patient. And then the mirror, still lying on the table, caught her eye. She bent to pick it up. A moment later, her face suddenly white, she hurried out of the room and summoned an intern who was passing in the corridor.
Please,
When she told him her story, he followed her to the bed, chuckling with amusement.
I want to show it to you.
Relax, nurse. I don't think I'd be too upset about this.
But I tell you, it won't budge.
You've heard of an E-Day fix, haven't you? The late patient planted the idea in your mind, and it stayed there, that's all. You said you wouldn't be able to pick up the mirror, and lo and behold, you can't pick it up.
Let's see you pick it up.
Good Lord. For some strange reason, it's stuck to the table.
And it remained stuck for 24 hours. During that time, practically every doctor and nurse on the floor tried to move it. And throughout that whole day and night, there was scarcely a person in the War Memorial Hospital who was not recalling, with a shudder, those strange last words of Geoffrey de Rossier. The following morning, Nurse Adeline Knoop came back on duty. Her first act, when she entered the ward, was to approach the bedside table. The occupants of the other beds watched attentively as she made one final effort to remove the mirror.
I just touched it. Why, it flew high in the air.
After that, the mirror was carefully examined. No chemical or adhesive substance was found, either on it or on the surface of the table. Efforts were made to force it to readhere to the table, but they were unsuccessful. It still remains a mystery. A mystery incredible, but true.
At a time when he had already achieved recognition as one of America's most eminent inventors and physicists, Thomas A. Edison conducted a series of experiments in thought transference. He constructed an elaborate electric apparatus and sought, by means of it, to bring about purely mental communication. But, as he himself freely admitted, he obtained not the slightest results. And yet, Thomas Edison believed in extrasensory perception, for long before this he had met a man called Reese, the man who saw everything. Ken?
It was a friend of Thomas Edison's, a young woman named Miss Olson, who first interested him in the man named Reese. A few days later, Reese appeared at Edison's laboratory.
Well, let's have a demonstration.
All right, sir. Miss Olson, would you mind going into the other room and writing down on a piece of paper your mother's name, the place of her birth?
1 minute there, young man. What proof do I have that you and Miss Olson haven't made a few prior arrangements before you ever got here? No, I demand to be the subject. I'll be the one who goes out of the room.
And with that, Thomas Edison, his eyes twinkling brightly and a smile of triumph on his face, slipped out of the room and walked across the courtyard to an adjoining building.
My experiment with the alkaline electric battery. He couldn't know about that. because nobody in the world but myself does.
Chuckling to himself, he scribbled in small and almost illegible letters the question which had so long troubled him.
Is there anything better than hydroxide of nickel for an alkaline battery?
Then he folded the paper several times and held it clutched in his hand. And then at last he left the building and retraced his steps to the room where Reese and Miss Olson awaited him. He said nothing as he entered. It was Reese who spoke first.
Do you really want my opinion, Mr. Edison?
Why? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about, young man.
Well, you asked me a question, didn't you? And here's the answer. No, there is nothing better than hydroxide of nickel for an alkaline battery.
Thomas Edison had no explanation for the incident. He could only accept it as valid and authentic, if incomprehensible. As he himself put it,
I do not pretend to be able to explain this faculty. I am convinced that the needs of civilization will produce some great discovery by means of men endowed with this power. The rare seers of the present generation will become the multitude of coming generations.
In these words, America's great scientist expressed his faith in a power which is still looked upon with skepticism by other scientists of lesser stature than he. A power that enables men to see without the use of their senses. A power incredible but true.
So rapid has been the advance of 20th century science in the diagnosis and cure of disease that one pictures men of medicine as seizing avidly on any discovery which contributes even slightly to their understanding the human body. And in general, such a picture is accurate. But what shall be said of Dr. Kilner's remarkable experiment? An experiment which might have revolutionized the whole field of medicine had not doctors and laboratory experts chosen to ignore it.
The record of Dr. W.J. Kilner's astonishing discovery may be found in a book entitled The Human Atmosphere. There he recounts how, on a summer's day 12 years before, he happened, by the merest chance, to stumble on a strange and inexplicable fact. He and his assistant were working on a routine experiment in the laboratory of St. Thomas Hospital in London.
All right, Alex. I'm ready for the viewing screen now.
It's got some sort of a dye on it, hasn't it, Doctor?
Yes, I stained it myself this morning with dicyanine. Hold the screen up, Alex. Let's see if it's dye. Wait a moment. What in the devil's name is that?
What?
Behind the screen.
It's my arm.
But what's around your arm?
Around it? Why, nothing.
Nothing you can see, perhaps. Alex, I want you to disrobe. I want to see your whole body behind that screen.
The laboratory assistant, completely baffled by Dr. Kilner's sudden, intense excitement, removed his clothes and stepped behind the viewing screen.
A sort of an aura, all different colors, extending beyond the surface of your skin. The human body, at least your body, throws off a strange kind of substance.
In the first feverish flush of discovery, Dr. Kilner had no doubt that he had correctly interpreted the amazing thing he'd seen. But an hour later, he began to wonder. And so he summoned one of his patients from a ward in the hospital and asked him to stand behind the screen.
I'm not crazy, am I, Alex? You see it too, don't you?
Sort of an atmosphere all around his body.
Exactly. The human atmosphere.
But why is it so different up there around his chest? The radiations, they're a different color and a different texture altogether.
By George, so they are. I'm sure they weren't like that when you... Good Lord. This man's a tubercular. And the aura's modified only in the region around his lungs. That screen's given us a new way to diagnose disease.
Word of the doctor's discovery spread rapidly through the hospital.
The human atmosphere.
You saw the radiations?
How do I know they aren't the properties of the screen itself?
Alex, you ready with the other patient?
Yes, Doctor.
Well, then, help him to sit up behind the screen. If the radiations were just an optical illusion, if they were created by the screen itself, they'd always be present. Wouldn't they, Doctor? Well, then, take a look at the man who's there now. Do you see any aura?
No, I don't. How do you explain that, Kilner?
It's simple enough. You see, the body Alex is holding up in that chair happens to be a corpse.
Dr. Kilmer made hundreds of difficult and invariably accurate diagnoses with the aid of his viewing screens. And yet, the record of Dr. Kilmer's work lies ignored, forgotten by contemporary science. This fact, like the fact of the remarkable experiment itself, can only be regarded as incredible but true.
The amazing story of David Lang of Gallatin, Tennessee, was first publicized by none other than the famous American writer Ambrose Bierce. Since Bierce was a skeptic of the first order, those tales of the supernatural which he saw fit to vouch for need little else to give them authenticity. Of these, however, none is better documented and none more baffling than the curious case of the man who vanished.
The thing happened in a field. It was a flat, ordinary field stretching out beyond the David Lang farmhouse near Gallatin, Tennessee. On that late afternoon in September of 1880, Lang himself and his wife sat on the back porch.
There's a buggy coming yonder, Dave.
Reckon it's that there fella from Gallatin, name's Corey. He said he might come out and talk business this afternoon. I'd better get a move on.
Where you going, Dave?
Fetching the horses. I'll be back in a minute.
David Lang started across the field at a dog trot, and he had almost reached the middle of it when his wife suddenly leaped to her feet and...
Dave! Dave, where are you? Where'd you go?
Mrs. Lang raced across the field to the point where she had last seen her husband. And as she ran, she saw that the horse and buggy on the road had stopped, and that another figure was rapidly approaching her. They met in midfield and looked at each other in blank bewilderment.
He disappeared.
But he couldn't have. He must have fell down a hole of some kind.
But there ain't any hole.
3 nights after Lang's disappearance, his widow wandered alone and inconsolable near the spot where she had suffered her great loss. Suddenly, she heard the voice of a man in distress.
Help! Help me, somebody! Help!
Dave, where are you?
Help me,
I can
somebody!
hear your voice, but I can't see you.
Help!
Tell me where to find you, Dave.
There were other members of the family, there were neighbors, who testified that it was unquestionably the voice of David Lang. For 2 weeks, it continued to call out periodically, growing fainter each time. Then, at last, it was silent. The winter passed, and spring came, and Mr. Corey, the gentleman from Gallatin, had come out once again to discuss with Mrs. Lang the business which had been so tragically interrupted the previous September. As they talked, they strolled slowly across the field. And then, at the same instant, both of them stopped short and stared open-mouthed at the ground beneath them.
It's the same spot. The place where we last saw David.
And look at it now. Must be 15 feet across. A circle of dead grass.
Dr. Hearn, the Viennese scientist, suggested that he had stepped into a void spot in the universal ether and had been annihilated. And a prominent physicist hazarded the opinion that some sort of magnetic field had speeded up the atomic vibrations of his body, thus projecting him into a new vibratory dimension. But these are mere guesses. The guesses which science must resort to when faced by facts that defy analysis. Facts incredible, but true.
Of all the secrets that lie buried with the dead, none is more challenging, none more tantalizing than the secret which the woman named Tofana took with her to the grave. To no one in her own time did she reveal it, and no one since has been able to find the key to it. But perhaps that is as it should be. For it is a secret which, if it were ever again unlocked, could only spread misery and death throughout the world.
The woman, Tofana, was a resident of Palermo in the latter days of the 17th century. And it is no coincidence that it was those same days which witnessed a wave of poisoning that swept like a plague across the whole of Europe. The authorities were baffled.
There can be no question the Pope was poisoned. He did not die a natural death.
Nor did Ercole Storafino, Lorenzo Coscia, nor Alfonso de Cordova.
I know. They were murdered, every one of them. We've examined their food, their wine, everything they took into their bodies for 24 hours before their death. We've never come upon a single trace of it anywhere.
Not once did they discover any remnants of the substance that had caused death. And then, on the 10th day of August of that year, a man named Francesco Orsini, a poet and a philosopher, came to them in a state of great agitation.
Gentlemen, you must save me.
What is this paper you have?
It was asleep under my door this morning.
Let me see. To Francesco Orsini, prepare yourself. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon of August 12th, you will die.
They are going to poison me.
Fortunately, they have forewarned us, so we can prevent.
How?
For the next 2 days, my dear Orsini, you will drink neither water nor wine, and you will eat no food whatsoever. And on the afternoon of the 12th, you will lock yourself in your study. One of my men will be with you to guard you. It will be absolutely
For 2
impossible
whole
for
days,
anyone to
Francesco
learn.
Orsini fasted. And at the appointed time, he was locked in this house under armed guard.
I was in the room with him when it happened. Before I could send for help, he was dead.
It was not until months later that the woman, Tofana, was brought into the torture chambers to be questioned. They had reason to believe that she knew more than she admitted, and they had ways of extracting knowledge.
Yes. Yes, I will confess.
You are, I believe, a brewer of poisons by profession?
When men want the poison, they come to me.
What do you call this concoction you brew for them?
It's called aqua tofana.
Why have we never been able to find traces of it?
Because you look for them too late. If you wanted to see the poison that killed the Pope in April, you would have to examine the wine in December.
In other words, the action of the poison is delayed 5 months?
5 months, or 5 weeks, or 5 hours. Whatever is desired.
And how is it possible? What is the secret of this time potion?
You can kill me if you like. But the secret of my time potion dies with me.
Yes, this was the aqua tofana, the potion that had caused the death of no less than 600 men. A poison which could be so compounded as to cause death at any desired time after it had been administered. This was the secret which Tofana would not surrender even to those who tortured her. The secret which died with her. A secret incredible but true.
The poltergeist, or playful spirit, has been for centuries a familiar figure in the literature of psychical research. No one has ever seen him. No one has ever proved that he really exists. And while sophisticated minds of the 20th century may scoff at the idea of an invisible imp who maliciously moves furniture and shatters crockery, there are literally thousands of cases of such spontaneous physical phenomena which cannot be otherwise explained. There is, for example, the case of Mr. Playfair, the miller of Kent.
J.C. Playfair, owner of the furnace mill at Lamhurst, Kent, was a solid and practical man. Hence, when the hired man informed him, on a certain May morning in the year 1906, that a mysterious visitor had entered the stables during the night, Mr. Playfair was slightly annoyed.
How could anyone get in the stables? Every door's locked and bolted, and you and I have the only keys.
He didn't need a key, sir. It was one of the playful spirits. Some folks call him the poltergeist.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Scrobbling. How many times have I told you there are no...
I know, sir. But just the same, sir, I wish you'd come out to the stables and look for yourself.
And so Mr. Playfair, mumbling his disgust over the whole silly business, followed his hired hand out to the stables.
Good Lord. Look at the horses. They've all been turned around in their stalls.
Aye, sir.
And the mare, she's gone.
Aye, sir.
Scrobbling, you've done this yourself. There isn't room to turn those horses around like that. They'd have to be led out of the stalls and led back in again through this door. And the door was bolted.
I know, sir. But I haven't so much as touched them.
Now, here's my mare. She couldn't possibly have got out. This is ridiculous, Cobley. The whole thing's perfect.
Listen, sir.
Great Scott! What is it?
The barrel of lawn, sir, up in the loft. He pushed it downstairs. The spirit's still in here.
Spirit nothing. Nobody but a man could have moved that barrel. You up there! Come down! Come down, I say, or I'll come up and get you.
But no one came down. And when Mr. Playfair, stepping over the lime barrel at the foot of the stairs, climbed up to the loft, he found it quite empty. He was on his way back to the ground floor again, when suddenly...
The water butt, sir. Standing right there in the corner. He just turned it over.
The water butt? Good Lord, man. You and I together wouldn't have the strength to budge it.
Well, he did, sir. And that means he's right here in the room with us. And that means I'm getting it.
Cobley, wait a moment. Come back. We're not leaving here till we've found my mare.
The hay room is the only place left. And she couldn't very well be in there. Now, could she?
The hay room was a tiny space adjoining the stable, and the doorway to it was scarcely wide enough for a man, much less a horse, to squeeze through. Nevertheless, Mr. Playfair, having no place else to look, and ready by now to believe almost anything, did pull open the door and squint into the gloomy, malodorous room.
Cobley, look! She is in here. Now, how on earth could she have gotten through this narrow little door?
Of course, any sensible and civilized person of the 20th century knows that there are no such creatures as poltergeists. And yet, the miller's horses were turned about in their stalls, and the lime barrel and the water butt were upset, and it was necessary to remove a partition to get the mare out of the hay room. And though we may dismiss, with a superior smile, the idea of a playful spirit, these remain facts. Facts incredible, but true.
In the records of the American criminal courts, we might expect to find stirring stories of human conflict. And indeed, in the official files of the Criminal Court of Illinois, there is such a story. It appears in the verbatim report of the case of the State versus Carl Wanderer.
In the year 1915, the Wanderer family, mother, son, and daughter, were living together in a small Midwestern town. On a certain winter night in that year, the house was plunged in darkness and heavy silence. And then suddenly, a blood-curdling scream came from Mrs. Wanderer's room.
It's all right, Carl. Nothing to worry about. Mother had a bad dream. You go on back to bed. She insists she's got to tell me all about it.
Even before Carl Wanderer had reached his bedroom door, he could hear his mother's voice. Her words were unintelligible, and so, his curiosity aroused, he sat on the edge of his bed, waiting until his sister came back down the hall.
What was it all about, Mary?
I'd rather not tell you, Carl.
It was only a dream, wasn't it?
Yes, but... well, I'd still rather not.
The next morning, Carl waited rather impatiently for his mother to come down to breakfast. But she failed to appear at the usual time, and finally, both he and his sister went up to her room to awaken her. When there was no answer to their knocking, they opened the door and stepped into the room together.
Good Lord. She's dead.
In 1920, 5 years later, Carl had married and was living with his wife in Chicago. But it was a marriage doomed from the beginning. On the night of June 21st, his wife came home to find him waiting for her at the door.
Don't tell me where you've been or what you've been doing. I don't want any explanations. I'm fed up with you. I hate you. I tell you, I hate you!
Carl Wanderer was charged with murder in the first degree. Among the witnesses who appeared in his defense was his sister Mary.
Carl was a wonderful boy. That's why Mother's dream didn't make any sense.
Mary described how, on that night 5 years before, she had found her mother crying bitterly in her sleep.
Mother, you're having a bad dream.
Oh, it was only a dream.
Of course, darling.
Oh, it was horrible. Mary, I thought Carl was being hanged.
Mother.
So long, Mary. They led him from his cell, and he stood on the scaffold, and they put a black cap over his face, and then the trap door opened, and he dropped through.
Carl Wanderer was led from the cell to the scaffold. A black cap was placed over his face. The trapdoor opened, and he plunged downward to his death. His mother's prophetic dream had been fulfilled. A dream incredible, but true.
Out of the telltale traces embedded in the ancient rocks, science has constructed a picture of prehistoric life. It is a picture filled with grotesque and monstrous creatures who walked the earth at the dawn of the world. At least, so the textbooks tell us. But then, the textbooks carefully ignore the bewildering experience of a man named Ameghino.
Among zoologists and paleontologists throughout the world, the name of Professor Florentino Ameghino was known and esteemed. Each year, in his opening lecture at the South American University where he taught, the professor would stress what an accurate and exact science paleontology has become.
During the coming year are not guesses. We know that there were such animals as the dinosaurs, the giant sloths. We know what they look like.
Yes, Professor Ameghino was almost complacent in his faith in the science which he taught. But on a certain day in the late summer, the professor arrived at the university to find a small box lying on the desk in his office.
What's this box doing here, Ramon? Someone sent it all the way from Patagonia. Oh, here's a note on top. Dear Professor, I know you will be interested in this. It was found hanging on a bush near Ultima Esperanza. The natives claim to have killed the animal it belonged to, but they do not know what kind of animal it was. Perhaps you can figure it out.
That is a piece of hide. What sort of creature?
Wait a minute. No, it could not possibly be.
A few days later, when Professor Ameghino arose to deliver his opening lecture to his new class, the air of assurance, of authority, was gone.
What I teach you is not to be taken as gospel truth. Perhaps our whole science is a structure of self-delusion. I do not know.
Word of this strange, disturbing lecture spread through the university. When it reached the ears of the professor's colleagues, one of them sought him out in his office and reproached him. The professor's only answer was to take the piece of hide from the box on his desk and hand it quietly to his colleague.
How old would you say this skin is, Doctor? When did the animal die?
Well, not more than a year ago, obviously. The skin is still quite fresh.
And what sort of animal was it?
What animal do you think it was?
I know what animal it was. That is the skin of a giant sloth.
A giant... Are you out of your mind, man? The giant sloth died out at least 25 million years ago. This cannot be the skin of a giant sloth.
No, it cannot be, can it? And yet, that's precisely what it is.
Until the day he died, Professor Florentino Ameghino maintained that he had correctly identified the piece of skin. And since his death, evidence has accumulated to justify his opinion. But how a prehistoric monster, a member of a species condemned to death eons ago by the laws of evolution, could have been wandering across the plains of Patagonia in the 20th century? This, science has never explained. It remains a mystery, incredible but true.
Contrary to popular belief and to the conceptions of the writers of horror stories, strange and mysterious events do not require strange and mysterious settings. One of the most remarkable incidents in all the annals of the incredible took place on the teeming streets of New York City. It was there that the girl named Dorothy Arnold was last seen in human form.
Missing persons have long been a daily phenomenon in this largest city in the world. Consequently, the chief of the Missing Persons Bureau of New York City looked upon it as a matter of routine when on December 13th, 1910, a middle-aged man in a state of great agitation came bustling into the room.
You people have got to help me find her. She's gone, disappeared. I want you to start looking for her this very minute.
That might be easier if we knew who she is.
It's my ward. It's Dorothy Arnold.
How long has she been missing?
Almost 24 hours. She came to my office yesterday morning. When she left, I walked up Fifth Avenue a few blocks with her. We separated at 79th Street.
Which way did she go?
She went into the park. She always came home for dinner, but she didn't show up. I waited up for her all night, but there was no sign of her.
Within a half hour, the elaborate police machinery had gone into motion. In every section of the city, it was known that Dorothy Arnold, aged 20, 5 feet 5 inches tall, blue eyes, light blonde hair, was missing. the hospital lists were scrutinized. The recent arrivals at the municipal morgues were examined closely. Shadowy figures who were well known to the police were rounded up and questioned. The following morning, the chief of the Missing Persons Department was ready to report to Robert Decker.
We haven't found a single clue so far, Mr. Decker. But I wouldn't be too discouraged if I were you. It's been our experience that when girls disappear the way your ward disappeared, it's usually because they want to.
You mean you think Dorothy ran away?
She doubtless had at least one male friend who wouldn't have been averse to the idea, didn't she?
The only man she cared about, the only man she ever paid the slightest attention to, happens to be in Italy at the moment. When she came to my office, she was planning a tea for some of her former classmates, about 60 of them. It was to be held in my home next Thursday, the 17th. We talked about it all the way up Fifth Avenue, and Dorothy was tremendously pleased and excited about the whole thing. When she left me there at the 79th Street entrance to the park, she was well and happy. And then something happened to her.
From that day until this, Dorothy Arnold has never been seen again. All this, one may say, is scarcely remarkable. But the case of Dorothy Arnold becomes remarkable when one considers an item that was printed in the pages of the New York Sun on December 13th, the day her disappearance was reported.
Scientists were baffled by an unprecedented occurrence in Central Park this morning. There has never been a swan on the Park Lake before, but one appeared there today. The swan, a full-grown and particularly beautiful specimen, was first observed on that portion of the lake which borders the 79th Street entrance.
No, Dorothy Arnold's disappearance has never been explained, nor has anyone ever been able to explain the presence of the swan on the lake in Central Park. All that can be said is that the two events occurred at the same time and in the same place. This is a fact which leads one to certain inescapable and astonishing conclusions. A fact incredible but true.
Try as they will, the men of science cannot quite strip death of the air of mystery which hovers over it. Especially is this true when they are considering a death which occurred under circumstances as strange as those that surrounded the passing of Nicolette Bourget.
Dr. Emile Berthollet was an elderly man, and doubtless he had stumbled on many a minor mystery in his 40 years of medical practice. But none to compare with the mystery that confronted him on that first day of August, 1869, the day when Madame Guibert knocked at his door.
Doctor, would you come over to the rooming house with me? I'm afraid something has happened to one of my boarders.
As Dr. Berthollet accompanied his neighbor down the street, she explained what had happened.
It's Mademoiselle Bourget, Doctor. She's a young woman in 307, a very nice young woman. She's been with me almost 2 years, and every morning I wake her at 7:30 sharp. But this morning, Doctor, this morning she didn't answer.
You're sure she spent the night in her room?
Oh, yes. I was still up when she came in.
You heard nothing during the night?
Not a sound. And if there had been one, I would have heard it. I'm a very light sleeper.
This young woman is in good health?
The very best of health.
When they had climbed to the 3rd floor of the rooming house, he, too, knocked on the door of room 307.
Mademoiselle! Mademoiselle Bourget! Wake up, mademoiselle! The door's locked and bolted on the inside.
Yes, so she must be in there.
Dr. Berthollet leaned his full weight against the door and shoved sharply with his shoulder. The lock yielded and the door flew open.
Doctor, she is not here.
Apparently not.
But I don't understand. The door was locked from the inside. And look, so are all the windows.
There's something else I don't understand. Don't you smell it? Stale smoke.
Yes, I do. As if something had been scorched. But what could it be? There is nothing burnt in here.
No. Wait a minute.
Dr. Berthollet's eyes had fallen on the closet door. He strode quickly over, looked behind it, and then he staggered back with a gasp of horror.
Mon Dieu.
Doctor, what is it?
Stay back, madame. She's not a pleasant sight.
You mean Mademoiselle?
Yes. Her body's been almost consumed by fire.
Yes, there in that room, behind locked windows and a bolted door, where the acrid smell of stale smoke gave the only hint of what had happened, where there was no trace of fire on any of the fixtures or the furnishings, there lay the body of Mademoiselle Bourget, burnt almost to ashes. Why had she uttered no cry? How could the flames that destroyed her have been confined to the single spot in which she died? Such questions as these remain unanswered. And her death is a mystery which continues to baffle science. A mystery incredible but true.
Stories of sudden and mysterious disappearances are not uncommon, and according to the familiar pattern, a perfectly ordinary human being drops out of sight, leaving not a single trace behind. And this is the pattern followed in the strange case of the two missing airmen, with one important exception. They did leave traces behind, clear and unmistakable traces, which led exactly nowhere.
On July 24th, 1924, at 9 o'clock in the morning, two officers, Lieutenant W.T. Day and Pilot Officer D.R. Stewart, took off from the British Airdrome near Tehran on a routine reconnaissance mission. They were scheduled to return not later than noon. But noon came, 1 o'clock and 2, and still they did not appear. Back at the Airdrome, two of their fellow officers, Captain Bellows and Lieutenant Fielding, scanned the sky impatiently.
I don't like it, Fielding. What could possibly have happened to them?
Engine trouble, most likely. Or perhaps they ran out of petrol. They've been forced down somewhere in the desert.
And so the two men set out in search of their missing comrades. They flew low over the desert. And for a half hour or more, they saw nothing beneath them but vast, billowing waves of sand. And then Lieutenant Fielding tugged sharply at the captain's arm. A half-mile distant, silent and motionless and alone, squatted the missing plane. The other plane swooped swiftly down toward it, then came taxiing up to its side.
Day! Stewart! Where are you men?
But there was no answer to their calls. Shielding their eyes from the sun, they turned slowly, scanning the desert on all sides of them.
What could have happened to them, sir? They couldn't have gone far enough to be out of sight. Perhaps if we knew what brought them down, sir.
Good idea. Look in the tank.
It's half full, sir.
Captain Bellows climbed into the cockpit, and the lieutenant spun the propeller.
There's nothing the matter with that engine, sir. I'm sure they could have got back if they'd tried.
I've heard of a lot of strange things, but I've never heard of anything that plucks planes out of the sky. At least not till...
Captain, look.
Footprints.
2 pairs of them. And they're not ours, sir.
Like bloodhounds who have found the scent, the two men followed the trail of footprints across the sand. For 40 yards they walked, their hearts pounding with excitement. And then...
The prints. Where are they?
They stopped dead right here. Day and Stewart walked this far. Heaven only knows what happened to them after that.
Yes, those were the last traces of the missing airmen. Now, it has been suggested that they were carried off by hostile Bedouins, who carefully brushed away their trail. But such an explanation is inadequate, in view of the fact that a search was carried on by planes and armored cars and tribal patrols for 4 days and nights. And no renewal of the trail was ever found. Where they had gone remains the secret of the desert. A secret incredible but true.
It is not remarkable that so many of the reported ghosts and phantoms and supernatural visions have been observed just as night was falling. For that is a time when the mind is fatigued and is most subject to hallucinations. And yet, there are some, like that which Captain Nolan saw on the plains of Normandy, which cannot be so easily explained away.
It was during the latter days of the First World War. The cavalry troops under the command of Captain David Nolan had rendered valuable service in a score of crucial battles. They had been under fire for weeks on end, and now they were retiring behind the lines for a rest, a rest they had fully earned. The long column of horsemen moved slowly, wearily through the twilight. At their head rode Captain Nolan and 2 other officers. They were discussing how they intended to spend their leave.
You men can celebrate all you like. The only thing I want to do is to sleep.
Each man to his own taste, Digby. Mine happen to run toward wine, women, and song.
That sounds much more attractive to me. In the state I'm in, I couldn't even think of... Good Lord.
Captain Nolan broke off abruptly in the middle of the sentence. For it was just at that moment that he saw the phantom horsemen. They were clad in white, on white steeds, and they rode in a straight, silent column, paralleling the line of the captain's own men, not more than a dozen yards away. So swiftly did they move and so soundlessly that their horses' hooves seemed scarcely to be touching the ground. And the column did not end. It went on and on, one ghostly figure following another through the gathering dusk. Captain Nolan's first impulse was to turn to his fellow officers to call their attention to the amazing vision. But then he thought better of it, so he rode on in silence. For some reason, the men beside him had grown silent too. But a few moments later, while the captain's eyes were still fastened on the incredible cavalcade, Lieutenant Digby said suddenly,
You may have something there after all, Captain. I could stand a good night's rest myself.
Nolan turned sharply and peered into Digby's face, as though he was seeking something there.
What made you change your mind?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose I'm more tired than I thought.
It seemed to hit you rather abruptly.
Yes, it did, didn't it, Captain?
And that was all the lieutenant would say. And once again, silence fell among the 3 men. But this time, it was short-lived. For after another moment or so, Lieutenant Wayne blurted out violently, almost hysterically,
I can't stand this any longer. You see them, so does Digby. We're not dreaming, and we're not just tired either. That column of cavalrymen is really there. If it weren't, why should all 3 of us be watching it?
Yes, each of the 3 officers had seen the column at the same moment, and each had remained silent for fear of making himself look ridiculous. Night descended swiftly now, and the phantom horsemen were blotted from view. But at the next town, Captain Nolan sent back a searching party. They returned with the inevitable answer. No other cavalry troops were in the vicinity. None could have been. And yet, afterward, Captain Nolan and Lieutenants Digby and Wayne, all men of unquestionable integrity, were willing to swear that they had seen the same identical vision. A vision incredible but true.
Literally millions of human beings have known the sensation of leaving their native Earth and soaring above the clouds. And still, there are many for whom flight still holds a sense of mystery and wonder. That feeling is not wholly groundless is evidenced, perhaps, by the strange experience of Lieutenant Morand.
Even as far back as 1923, there were those who realized that if war should ever come again, its outcome would be, in a large part, determined by air power. And so, in France, as in other nations of Europe, men were being rigorously trained in the techniques of flying, strafing, and bombing. Second Lieutenant Morand was a member of the embryonic French Air Force. And on the afternoon of September 22nd, he went aloft to engage in shooting practice over a field near Gadeau. In front of him, in the pilot's seat, was Sergeant Jean Daubert.
When I give you the signal, Sergeant, begin your dive. All right, now.
Not bad, sir.
Not good, either. Let's go back and try it again.
The plane circled the field, and once again approached the target.
All right, Sergeant.
Bravo, sir. You did it that time. You must have... Lieutenant, what is the matter?
The sergeant stared at the man behind him in amazement. Lieutenant Morand had slumped back in his seat. His eyes were closed, and his face was distorted with pain.
What is the trouble, Lieutenant?
At that moment, the lieutenant fell forward, face down. And it was then that the sergeant saw the great red splotch spreading across his shoulders.
Mon Dieu! He's been shot!
Sergeant Aubert landed the plane as quickly as possible. And while the lieutenant was being lifted carefully from the cockpit and transferred to a waiting ambulance, he made his report to his commanding officer.
We were a couple of 100 feet up, and there weren't any other planes in the air and nobody on the ground beneath us. It must have been his own machine gun that did it. One of the bullets ricocheted somehow off the ground or the target. It bounced back and hit him between the shoulders. I know it sounds crazy, but it could not...
So that was the explanation that was officially accepted, at least for a few hours. But later that afternoon, Sergeant Aubert dropped around to the emergency hospital to inquire about the lieutenant's condition.
How is he doing, Doctor? You had to operate?
I had to remove the bullet. It was deeply embedded.
Imagine a man getting hit in the back with a bullet from his own machine gun.
I think you're mistaken, Sergeant. The bullet I just took out of his back came from a .32 revolver.
But where the .32 revolver came from, no one has ever been able to learn. The official record of the case of Lieutenant Morand was changed from accidental injury from his own weapon to injury, either accidental or intentional, from a weapon in hands of a person unknown. And to this day, the origin of that bullet remains a subject for speculation. A mystery. Incredible, but true.
Philosophers in their writings, as well as ordinary men in their everyday lives, are accustomed to make a sharp distinction between the animate and the inanimate, between mind and matter. But in the annals of the strange and the incredible, the line of demarcation between the two often grows dim. Witness, for example, the astonishing case of the earth that was consecrated to murder.
It was on the night of July 16th, 1823, that William Wood met his death. He had ventured after dark along the lonely road that ran between Manchester and his native village. And he had not gone more than a mile or so when...
Hold a minute.
Well, what is it you want?
I think you know what we want.
If you're referring to my purse, I'm afraid I must disappoint you.
You hear that, men? Well, perhaps we can make him change his mind. Let him have it now.
For all his courage, William Wood was no match for these three ruthless men. In less than a minute, they had pinned his shoulders to the ground and were rifling his pockets of everything they contained.
I'll be able to identify you, every one of you.
Well, in that case, perhaps we'd better make sure you don't. Harry, give me that club you're carrying.
Oh, for God's sake, man. Don't! No!
It was a brutal murder. So violently was the club used that William Wood's skull was forced into the soft ground. And the next day, when his body was found and carried to the Jodrell Arms at Whaley Bridge, the hole remained there. Before the year was out, a legend began to spread throughout that whole section of England. And eventually it reached the ears of Alfred Fryer, a man who had written a book called Wilmslow Graves. When he arrived, accompanied by John Fox, one of the local townsmen, the hole in the earth was still there.
There it is. That's where his head was lying when they found him. Look at any other hole in the ground, and after the first heavy shower, you'll find it all silted up. But not this one. Nothing fills up this hole.
Well, it's true. There's nothing growing in it.
And there never has been. Not since he died there.
The imperturbable Mr. Fryer proceeded to collect a pile of stones from the road and pack them tightly into the hole. And when all traces of the cavity had been removed, he remarked,
Well, it doesn't seem to object too strenuously to being filled.
Just give it time, sir.
All right, we will. Let's go and have a glass of ale. And then we'll come back and see.
It was just an hour later that John Fox and Alfred Fryer returned to the spot.
Good Lord! Look! The sod and the stones. They're scattered all around the embankment.
Again and again he filled the hole. And again, its contents were mysteriously ejected. In setting down the strange story, Alfred Fryer made no effort to explain it. In the eyes of his readers, he would have seemed a fool to have announced that a lifeless, senseless piece of earth could be rendered barren by an act of murder that was perpetrated on it. And yet, how else can one account for this astonishing fact? A fact incredible but true.
Down through the ages, in all cultures and all countries, the belief has persisted that certain men are able to transform themselves into wild animals, into werewolves and were-tigers, that they prey upon domesticated stock and even upon other human beings. Lycanthropy, the scientists call this phenomena, and the mere fact that it has acquired a technical name would suggest that it is based on something more than primitive fantasy. But there is even better evidence than this. Witness, for example, the strange affair of Captain Choate and the elusive hyena.
He was a hunter and an adventurer, this Captain Choate of the Order of Distinguished Service. Himself, in October of 1918, sitting in a hut in a village of far-off Nigeria. Nor, since he was known and trusted by the natives there, is it surprising that their leader should confide in him the misfortunes that were afflicting the village.
Raiding hyenas, eh?
Yes, Captain. Or perhaps one hyena. He steals among us at night. He destroys everything. He has the body of an animal, but the brain of a man.
What?
You see, Captain, he is a man. At night, he transforms himself into a hyena. We know. We have followed his tracks, and always they lead to the next village, and always, just before they reach the village, they turn into human tracks.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm sure they do. Well, whatever he is, my friend, tonight we're going to get him.
That night, in the company of the tribal leader, Captain Choate set out to hunt down the hyena. When the two men reached the outskirts of the village, a bright moon was shining. They made their way cautiously through the treacherous swampland. For more than an hour they walked thus, their every sense alert. And then suddenly...
Look! There he is. Lord, what a brute.
Some distance away, an enormous hyena was slinking furtively across a clearing, his great hulking form silhouetted in the moonlight. Captain Choate took careful aim.
Stop him! Come along, hurry!
The two men rushed toward the clearing, but when they reached it, the hyena was gone.
Oh, I could have sworn I hit him squarely in the head.
There is blood on the ground here.
What's that lying in the middle there? Why, it looks like a... By George, it is, a jawbone. Come along, let's follow his tracks.
An easy trail to follow, for it was marked at regular intervals by great splotches of blood. It led directly to the neighboring village, and then it stopped abruptly. Exhausted and disappointed, they accepted the invitation of an aged villager to spend the night in his hut. When they awoke at sunrise, their host had vanished. He returned a few moments later in a state of great agitation.
What has happened, my friend?
It is Bano. Bano is dead. He was my neighbor. He was wise man and mighty hunter.
The gods have cursed him with the sickness, huh?
No, he was not sick. He was killed with gun. Someone fired it in his face. His jawbone was shot away.
After that, the monstrous hyena never again was seen near the village. Nor did anyone ever learn the identity of the man who had killed the native Bano. That the animal and the man should have been one and the same creature is, of course, inconceivable. But what other explanation is there for this baffling story? A story incredible, but true.
The occurrence of strange and inexplicable events during times of violent civil disorders has frequently been noted. Here is the account of one such event which occurred during the reign of the Black and Tan Terror in Ireland, a thing which shocked and mystified the entire world.
It is not surprising that one of the most baffling mysteries in all the annals of the incredible should have come to light in Ireland in the summer of 1920. For it was during that summer that the struggle of the Irish people for their freedom reached its height. On August 16, the village of Templemore had been raided. The town hall had been burned down. Other buildings had been destroyed, and much of the community lay in ruins and desolation. But on August 22nd, word had spread of the amazing thing that was taking place in Thomas Dwan's house. And the villagers and the farm dwellers of the vicinity were determined to witness the miracle for themselves. Thomas Dwan himself had been the first to notice the strange manifestation. On Saturday afternoon, August 21st, a small marble image of the Virgin and Child in his library happened to catch his eye. He called angrily for his young son.
Timothy! Timothy Gwan! Where are you now? The idea of splattering raspberry jam on the Virgin Mary.
Down the left side of the miniature statue ran a thin trickle of red viscous fluid. Thomas Dwan himself went to find a rag. He returned and bent lovingly over the image.
Well, now, what's this? Stuff's not jam at all. Why, it's... Saints preserve us. It's blood. The Holy Virgin is bleeding.
Yes, out of the hard, cold, lifeless marble oozed tiny drops of blood. Thomas Dwan glanced slowly around the room. There were other statues there. There were paintings hanging on the walls, and down each one of them blood was trickling. Dwan examined them closely. The blood he saw had not been put on them. It was actually seeping out of the objects themselves. And for several weeks thereafter, it continued to seep until at last it stopped as suddenly, as mysteriously as it had begun. Nor is that the whole of the strange story. Not far away from Thomas Dwan's house was that of his sister-in-law, one Mrs. Maher. And there, at the very moment that Dwan was making his astounding discovery, a 16-year-old boy by the name of James Walsh, who worked for Mrs. Maher, was pointing in amazement to a statue in the living room.
But it is blood, ma'am. And it's coming right out of the stone, ma'am. And that's not all, neither. There's something queer going on in me room. I've got an earthen floor there, as you well know. And there's a hollow in it under me bed about the size of a teacup. Well, this morning that hollow was filled up with water, ma'am. I drained it out, and it filled right up again. And I've been draining it all day, and it still keeps filling up.
More than 1,000 persons took water from the hollow in the floor of James Walsh's room. And more than 1 million persons passed the statues that were placed in the windows of Thomas Dwan's and Mrs. Maher's homes. But not one out of the million has ever offered a satisfactory explanation for the miracle they observed. A miracle incredible but true.
Even as late as the First World War, men climbed into the cockpits of their planes with a strange sense of exhilaration, as though they expected some sort of mystical experience beyond the clouds. And indeed, there is, in the official records of the British Air Force, a story of 2 men who may well have had such an experience, though what it was, no one will ever know.
The 2 men were Australians, one a pilot, the other an observer. On a morning in the autumn of 1917, they set out in an RE-8 on a reconnaissance flight together with a second plane. 3 hours passed, and then the officer heard the roar of an approaching motor. He stepped out on the field and, shading his eyes from the sun, glanced upward. There was only one plane overhead. He scanned the sky anxiously, but to no avail. The RE-8 was missing. The other plane circled the field, landed, and taxied up to the aerodrome. When the pilot leaped from the cockpit, he found the officer waiting for him.
Trouble? Oh, not so bad, sir. A couple of foreigners intercepted us on the way back.
But the other men, where are they?
Hanged if I know, sir. When the dogfight was over, we got back on the course. We took it for granted they were right behind us. And so they were, at least for a minute or two.
And then?
Well, they flew into a cloud. They should have come right out again.
What could have happened to them?
I don't know.
By mid-afternoon, a heavy silence settled over the occupants of the aerodrome. The grim, almost sullen silence of men who know that 2 more of their comrades must be reported missing in action.
Well, got to send out a call for replacements.
They may show up yet, sir.
Don't be a fool. Where could they be?
That's just the point, sir. There must be some place. They couldn't have crashed.
They could have if they met another enemy plane.
But there weren't any others. Not between here and the spot we last saw them.
Well, nevertheless, I've...
Wait a moment, sir.
Look. Look out there. Isn't that an RE-8?
And so it was. The missing plane, its wings gleaming in the afternoon sunlight, slowly approached the field.
Listen, sir. Can you hear her motor?
No, I can't.
She's flying dead, sir. And that means trouble.
In almost eerie silence, the RE-8 settled slowly toward the earth, She landed smoothly and gracefully, without a jolt, without even a shudder. The men hurried across the field, expecting each moment to see the two Australians climb out of the cockpit. But no one appeared. And when the officer reached the side of the plane, he could see its passengers still sitting quiet and motionless in their places.
Where on earth have you... look at them. Good Lord, sir. They're dead. Both of them. What's more, they've been dead for hours.
Medical examination served to corroborate the officer's judgment. The two Australians had died not long after they had last been seen. The plane itself had flown on until it was out of gas. And then it had made a perfect landing on its home field. Where it had been in the interim, what had kept it in the air, whether it was by mere coincidence that it had returned to the airdrome. All of these things are subjects for speculation. Only one thing is certain, that this is a story which so far has defied explanation. A story incredible but true.
We think of the pioneers and trailblazers of the Old West as rugged and realistic men who would be not in the least concerned with such things as the meaning of visions and dreams. But out of California, during the colorful days when the wild scramble for gold was on, comes an authentic story of one such pioneer who was apparently unlike the rest. His name was Captain George Yount, and he was a man who believed in dreams.
It was in November of the year 1852 that Captain Yount accompanied old Henry Horn on a hunting trip. They sat one morning around the campfire that blazed outside their tent.
What's on your mind, George?
Oh, I wish I knew, Henry. Just a kind of feeling.
Your bones are telling you there's snow in there. We was going to be up there in the mountains tonight. Might be something to worry about, but down here...
Henry, wait a minute. Snow and mountains. That's it. I dreamed about snow and mountains last night. It's coming back to me now, Henry. They were trapped up there in the Little Nell Pass. They were snowbound. A party of immigrants. There was 8 of them. No, 9 including the young lad. Just a boy he was, and he was crying. I saw the pass as clear as I ever seen anything.
And Captain Yount did proceed to describe the mountain pass, just as he had seen it in his dream.
You darn fool, George. Oh, you darn fool. No wonder you seen that pass so clear. It's the Carson Valley Pass. You didn't make it up in your dream. You just remembered it, that's all.
I wouldn't know, Henry. You see, I've never been there.
Captain Yount's hunting luck was bad that day. His mind seemed to be on something other than hunting. And toward evening, as the two men made their way back to camp...
Henry, I'm heading back for town tonight. Organize a rescue party.
Well, who in tarnation you going to rescue?
9 immigrants snowbound up in Carson Valley Pass.
George, Yount, you lost your mind or something? That was a dream you had.
Maybe it was just a dream. Maybe not.
The captain and a small band of well-paid adventurers set out on horseback for the mountains. For 3 days they rode without seeing the slightest trace of the emigrant party. But as they approached Carson Valley Pass, the captain's mouth fell open in amazement. The snow piled to the treetops, the very path beneath his horse's feet, all were just as he had dreamed. And so the captain was scarcely surprised to find, on the morning of the 4th day, a boy of 16 standing guard at the mouth of the pass.
That's him. That's the lad I saw crying in the snow.
But there were no tears in the boy's eyes now. Only joy and relief and unspeakable gratitude. And as Captain Yount leaned over him, the boy murmured through frozen lips.
The rest of them are back there in the pass. There are just 6, including myself.
Well, now that's strange. I could have sworn there were 9.
There were a few days ago, sir. But 3 of the men have died.
And so Captain Yount's dream was realized to the last detail. To those who are skeptical, one can only cite the words of Horace Bushnell, the foremost religious scholar and theologian of the last century, who said, "You need have no doubt of this story. We in California know the facts. And facts they remain. Facts which have never been satisfactorily explained. Facts incredible but true."
It is said that banshees were abroad the night before the strange disappearance of the two young sons of Mario Panzini, a prominent architect of Bari, Italy. But even the presence of banshees scarcely explains this event. For banshees foretell the coming of death, and there was no question of death involved, only a question of incredible speed through time and space.
On a certain January morning in the year 1901, the streets of Bari were flooded with water. And so it was natural that Giuseppe and Niccolo, the two young sons of Signor Panzini, should have been eager to sail their toy boats in the gutter in front of their house.
We could play for a little while.
Well, suppose you play for a half hour. How would that be?
We'll come back in at 9:30 sharp, Father.
But when 9:30 arrived, the boys failed to appear. Somewhat annoyed over their lack of responsibility, Signor Panzini went out to find them. By the time he had searched the whole block, he was thoroughly angry. As he approached his home again, he heard the telephone ringing.
Hello?
Signor Panzini?
Yes?
Signor, my name is Father Vanetti. I am calling you from the Capuchin Monastery here in Malfatti. I wanted to tell you not to be worried about your sons. They are here at the monastery with us.
Oh, but you must be mistaken, Father. My boys were here in Bari a half hour ago. They could scarcely have run 30 miles in 30 minutes.
And so Signor Panzini rode the 30 miles to Malfatti. And there, standing frightened and bewildered in the reception hall of the monastery, his two sons awaited him.
How in the heaven's name you get here?
We don't know, Father. We remembered stepping out of the house with our boats, and then we don't remember anything else after that.
All the way back to Bari, Signor Panzini remained strangely silent, and on his face were written both wonder and fear. When he arrived home, he asked the boys to stay in the house for the rest of the day. Reluctantly, they went into their room and closed the door behind them. A few minutes later, their father stood outside that same door, calling them.
Giuseppe! Niccolo! Boys, when I call you, why don't you... Good Lord. They're gone.
At that very same moment, the signor's brother, Gregorio Panzini, was sitting in the living room of his home in Trani, a town some 50 miles from Bari, when he heard...
Well, this is a pleasant surprise. My two nephews come all the way from Bari to call on me. Boys, what's the matter with you?
Where are we? How did we get here? Who are you?
Once again, Giuseppe and Niccolo Panzini were in a state of profound hypnosis. Once again, they had moved through space at an unbelievable speed. A speed which no vehicle was capable of attaining in the year 1901. And no key has ever been provided to this strange riddle. It belongs in a long list of mysteries, incredible but true.
There are thousands of cases similar to that of the girl named Rose Puglisi. No single one of them, perhaps, is of earth-shaking significance. And yet, taken all together, they comprise an impressive body of evidence. Evidence that there is a whole world of human experience which science has not even begun to understand.
At 15, Rose Pugliese was a normal, attractive American girl. If she had one idiosyncrasy, it was what she called her intuition, about which she boasted frequently, much to the amusement of her family and friends. But after the night of February 1st, 1941, they ceased to be amused. About 11 o'clock that night, Rose's parents, returning from a neighborhood movie, found their daughter sitting in the living room, staring moodily out of the window.
Why, Rose, darling, you're still up.
I don't feel like going to bed.
Worried about something, honey?
No, not exactly.
Then up you go.
Reluctantly, Rose climbed the stairs to her bedroom. 10 minutes later, her mother glanced up to find the girl standing by her chair.
Why, Rose, what's the matter?
I can't do it, Mother. I just can't go to bed in that room.
But why not?
It's just a feeling. I feel as if I were never going to sleep in that bed again.
Well, what do you want, dear?
Stay down here in the living room, in the big chair there. I'd rather stay awake all night than go into my room again.
And neither logic nor ridicule could persuade Rose Pugliese to change her mind. An hour later, her parents retired to their own rooms. And Rose, looking disconsolate and a little sheepish, curled up in the big chair. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Pugliese opened his eyes and stared into the darkness. Something had disturbed his sleep. A sound. An odor, strange and yet unpleasantly familiar. In an instant, he was sitting erect in his bed, tugging violently at his wife's arm.
Mother! Mother, wake up!
What's the matter, dear?
We've got to get out of here. There's a fire.
Throwing their robes around them, they yanked open the door and hurried out into the hall.
Father, look! Under that door! Smoke! Oh, the fire's in Rose's bedroom!
Before the night was over, the interior of the Pugliese home had been gutted, Rose's bedroom completely destroyed, and her bed, the bed which she had a feeling she would never sleep in again, was reduced to ashes. It was inevitable that the local newspaper should get wind of this strange affair. And when the reporter came to interview Rose Pugliese, he asked her, first of all, whether she did not think it was remarkable that her life should have been saved by a mysterious premonition.
Remarkable? No, I don't see anything very remarkable about it. You see, I've had hunches like that lots of times, and every one of them turned out to be true.
No, the story of Rose Pugliese is not a unique one. Thousands of other ordinary people have had similar hunches, similar premonitions. And as long as science rejects the idea of supernormal perception and scoffs at the gift of prophecy and yet provides us with no alternate explanation, just so long we must continue to label such stories incredible but true.
Every human being, it is said, is part of the social fabric. And indeed, so obvious does this seem that if ever we should happen to hear of a man who was actually isolated, actually alone, we might well assume that he was a stranger among us, an intruder on the earth. Yet the case of at least one such man has been recorded.
He was lying in a plowed field when they found him. Gillum, the hired man, was the first to notice the body. It lay white and naked and terrible under the noonday sun.
A dead man lying out in the field. He's naked as the day he was born. I never seen him in these parts before. You'd better come out and have a look, sir.
The owner of the farm, having examined the corpse carefully, announced that he had never seen him before either. And so the Petersfield police were called in. And the local inspector decided that identification should not be too difficult.
It's simply a matter of finding the chap's clothes, that's all. He must have been wearing them when he came out here. There are no fresh car tracks in the road, and he could scarcely have walked up from town naked without causing some comment. So the clothes must be around here somewhere.
But the clothes were not to be found. During the search, however, the hired man made one important discovery.
Footprints, Inspector. They've been made by bare feet, if you'll notice. So they must be his.
And so they followed the stranger's footprint. They followed him through the road a half-mile away, and across the road and into the field on the other side. There the footprint stopped.
Why, it's almost as if the bloke came from another planet. Just dropped down out of the heavens, he did, and died.
But the inspector, who was a practical man, chose to ignore Mr. Gillum's fantastic suggestion. It might prove a little more difficult than he had thought at first, but in the end, the body would be identified. The inquest, the coroner reported that there were
no wounds on the deceased. There were neither drugs nor poison in the contents of his stomach. He was obviously not the victim of foul play. His death was due simply to exposure.
Exposure? How could he have died of exposure? He could see the house from where he was. All he'd have had to do was knock on the door and walk in.
What the gentleman says may be quite true. Nevertheless, death was due to exposure. To continue, the man was between 35 and 40 years of age. He was not a manual worker. His hands and nails indicate that. He was well nourished and I should say well educated. A man of considerable substance. It should certainly not be difficult to learn the identity of such a person.
The efforts that were exerted during the week that followed were more than adequate. A photograph of the man, together with a description of him, was published in practically every paper throughout England. 2 months later, on April 16th, the London Daily News reported that the police were still without a clue. that there was no record of any missing person bearing the slightest resemblance to this man. If most Englishmen were puzzled by the affair, Mr. Gillen, the hired man, was not.
They're wasting their time with their photographs and whatnot, I tell you. The bloke was a stranger. And not just here in Hampshire either. He was a stranger on the earth. They'll never find anyone who ever knew him.
Today, the identity of the dead man still remains a mystery. The incident takes its rightful place in the annals of amazing stories. Stories incredible but true.
Whether it be a magnificent cathedral or merely a frame shack, a house of prayer is invariably vested with an air of otherworldliness. Perhaps it is because of this fact that one is never too surprised to learn of strange and incredible events which occur within the confines of the church. And as evidence that such events do occur, witness the curious case of the organist at Avonbury.
It was a simple house of worship, this Avonbury Church, in Herefordshire, England. And its vicar was a simple man. For 20 years he attended the spiritual needs of the community. And it is greatly to be doubted whether anything really remarkable had ever happened to him. Not at least until a certain autumn night in the year 1919, when the vicar was making his way home after a condolence call on a bereaved widow. He could see the white church spire gleaming in the moonlight.
Hello. That's strange. Now, who could be playing the organ at this hour?
The church had been locked at 7 o'clock that evening, and now it was almost 12, and yet someone was inside playing the organ.
It must be Emily Willingham.
The vicar approached the church and climbed the wooden steps and tried the door. It was still locked. As he stood there, groping in his pocket for the key, the music stopped.
Miss Willingham? Emily Willingham, are you there?
The vicar switched on the light and glanced slowly around. But the church was empty, and the front door was the only door to the church. It was not until evening of the following day that the vicar found time to visit Miss Willingham, and he wanted to know how she had managed to leave the church.
Oh, I was never in it. Not last night.
But just at midnight, Miss Willingham, I distinctly heard something.
Whoever you may have heard, my dear vicar, it was not I. I was in my bed at 12 o'clock last night. Have you spoken to Mr. Rumley?
Rumley, the sexton?
He has a key to the church, has he not? If anyone would know a way of leaving the church unnoticed, I'm sure it would be he. And while he has never confessed to having musical talent, I'm certain he would be happy to improve his position by taking my duties as organist away from me.
I shall speak to him at once.
And so, my dear vicar, shall I?
Dusk had fallen when the vicar and Emily Willingham reached the little cottage just behind the church.
I'm glad you've come, Vicar. I've been wanting to talk to you all day. I'm registering a complaint against her.
Against me?
Aye. I've got no objection to you playing the organ any time you like, only not at midnight.
Why,
I heard her, Vicar. I heard her. In the middle of the night it was. The organ bleating out like a Sunday morning.
He's simply trying to avert suspicion from himself, Vicar. You know perfectly well, Mr. Rumley, that it was you who played in the church last night.
Me? I never touched the blasted instrument in my life.
Obviously, it was one of the two of you. We three are the only ones who could have got into the church. No one else has a key. And I'm quite certain that I did...
Listen.
Blow me. There it is again.
But isn't the church locked now?
Aye, Vicar. I locked it myself half hour ago. And there wasn't a living soul in there when I did.
The three of them hastened to the church. But before they reached it, the music stopped. And they found no one. Who he was, and how he gained entrance into the church, and how he left without being observed. All of these remain a mystery. A mystery incredible but true.
One of the most baffling of all scientific phenomena is the phenomenon known as stigmatization. And in spite of our inability to explain it, that it has occurred even in contemporary times can hardly be disputed.
More than 7 centuries have passed since St. Francis of Assisi, known during his lifetime merely as Brother Francis, went into the Apennine Mountains and with his disciples climbed Mount Alverno. There in a rude cell he fasted and prayed for 40 days and nights. The 40th day was September 14th, 1224. And it was the day the vision came to him. The vision of a winged seraph nailed to a cross. He invited his disciples into his cell to witness it. And one of them, looking down at him, cried,
"This is no vision, Brother Francis. This is no dream. This is a miracle of God."
725 years is a long time. It is sufficient time for facts to be twisted and for legends to grow. But there is the written word of Pope Alexander IV that he saw evidence of the miracle with his own eyes. There is the testimony of those later men and women who underwent the same mystical experience. Benedict Reggio of Bologna, and John Gray and Nicholas of Ravenna, and Anna Katharina Emmerich, the peasant girl of Munster. And if anyone still remains skeptical, then we must refer him to the newspapers of July 10th, 1922. For the miracle of St. Francis is not confined to the misty past. It happened again to an ordinary young girl named Mary Riley in the ordinary American town of Peekskill, New York. There, at the home of the Sisters of the Good Shepherd, Mary Riley awoke from a deep sleep and, feeling a sharp pain in her side, glanced down.
Mother, it has happened to me. It was there when I awoke, Mother. I had a strange dream, and then my side hurt me, and that awakened me. And it was there.
A cross of blood.
Yes. Just like St. Francis, isn't it, Mother?
The wounds of Christ appeared on him. On you it is a cross of blood. But there can be no question it is the same thing. The same miracle of God.
This is the phenomenon of stigmatization, the appearance on the body of wounds, either in the form of a cross or in the pattern of Christ's own wounds. Sometimes it has occurred during a cataleptic condition, sometimes only during a heavy sleep. But that it has occurred cannot be doubted, nor has its cause ever been satisfactorily explained. As far as our knowledge goes, it remains what it was in the days of St. Francis, a miracle. A miracle incredible but true.
The great Russian ballerina Anna Pavlova has been dead now for many years, but her many admirers still recall with pleasure and nostalgia those inspiring moments when they watched her dance her great masterpiece, The Swan. Yet few of those admirers know of the most amazing incident connected with her life. It is an incident that occurred 3 months after she died.
When news came of Pavlova's death, there was sorrow backstage in every theater in the world. One of those who felt especially bereaved was a young English ballerina named Frances Doble.
She was so much greater than the rest of us. And no one will ever dance as she did.
3 months later, she was to remember what she had said. But that, of course, was only after she had started rehearsing her new ballet. The ballet that her composer friend told her about the day after Pavlova's death.
To be the story of her life and work.
But where on earth will you find anyone to do the lead?
You?
Oh, no. I'm much taller than she was. I can't even pirouette 3 times to the point.
You're still going to do the lead for me.
John, imagine me playing Pavlova.
A month later, as the pianist rehearsed the company, 2 intensely interested spectators sat in the darkened auditorium. One was the composer himself. The other was Lady Eleanor Smith.
This is her big number. It's the climax of the whole thing. I tried to get as close to Pavlova's Swan as possible.
You mean it's the same routine as the Swan?
No, not the same exactly. Francis couldn't touch the original, of course. But it's rather similar to it without being so difficult. Watch her, Lady Eleanor. I want your opinion of this.
And so Lady Eleanor Smith leaned forward, watching Frances Doble with a sharp and critical eye. She leaned forward, but only for an instant, and then she was sitting bolt upright in her seat, clutching the composer's arm.
John, who is that up there?
Why, Frances, of course. Who else could it be?
But it doesn't look like her. That isn't Frances's figure at all.
Looks smaller, doesn't it?
Smaller and more delicate and lighter. Almost like...
Yes, I know. Like Pavlova.
That's not the way Frances Durber dances, John. She's never been that effortless before.
There's only one dancer in the world who ever has been.
What does this mean, John? Could that be... It couldn't be.
No, of course not. It's Frances, all right. But I can't understand what's happened to her.
The two spectators sat in stunned silence for a moment, staring incredulously at the figure on the stage. And then suddenly the composer was on his feet.
Good heavens!
What is it, John?
That's not the routine she's been rehearsing.
3 pirouettes sur le point.
Yes, and that's something Frances can't do. She's never done it in her life. She told me so herself.
The moment the dance ended, the composer tore himself from his chair and ran wildly down the aisle.
Tell me how in heaven's name you did that.
Did what? I don't know what you're talking about.
Frances Dobell had no recollection whatsoever of having danced the scene. It was an incident without parallel, an incident incredible but true.
High in the history of brilliant military masterpieces stands the capture of Jerusalem from the Turks by British forces under General Edmund Allenby. For his services in this decisive campaign of the First World War, the general was raised to the peerage. But there was another man, a man named Kelly, whose only reward was oblivion. And yet, Jerusalem would have remained uncaptured had it not been for Kelly's wizardry.
It was in June of 1917 that Edmund Allenby took over the command of the armies of Egypt and Palestine. For 4 months thereafter, he devoted his energies to intensive preparations for a great autumn offensive against the Turks. And at last, in the middle of October, he was ready to begin the preliminary bombardment of the defenses of Gaza. And then he received information from one of his officers.
But hang it all, man, we're ready to move. We've had plenty of water so far. Where are our engineers? Let them dig for water.
They have dug. They haven't found a drop.
All that day, General Allenby brooded alone in his tent. His carefully laid plans, his hopes for personal advancement, his dream of a magnificent military triumph, all were shattered. And then, toward evening, the general's bitter reverie was broken by the sound of an unfamiliar voice.
If you've no objection, General, I'll be having a word with you.
Allenby glanced up. Into the tent strode a disheveled, bewhiskered man with a glint in his eye, and a face as Irish as his brogue.
What do you want with me, fellow? Not a thing, General. But I think there's something you'll be wanting with me. It might be water.
You mean you know where water can be found in this hellhole?
Just say the word, General, and it won't take me long to discover it.
The best engineers in the British Army haven't been able to locate water.
Maybe your engineers aren't properly equipped, General.
A willow branch?
'Tis a dowsing rod, sir. Or a divining rod, as some folks call it.
A divining rod? Good Lord. You're a water diviner. I can't count on science. So I'm supposed to put my trust in witchcraft. Well, why not? I couldn't be any worse off than I am now.
Not wanting his staff to know that their general was actually giving credence to the worst sort of charlatanism, Allenby waited until dusk before he slipped quietly out of his tent into the company of Stephen Kelly. They made their way to the open desert beyond the outposts of the camp. For more than an hour, the two men wandered across the sand. And then suddenly, Stephen Kelly stopped and pointed with his stick.
You can do your digging right here, General. You'll find all the water you'll ever need.
All the next morning, British soldiers dug beneath the sand. And all the next morning, General Allenby sat in his tent, asking himself how he could be such a naive fool. And then at last, an officer, breathless with excitement, barged into his tent.
We hit it, General. Right where you said. Cold, clear spring water at 13 feet.
On December 9th, General Allenby dismounted his horse and entered Jerusalem on foot to dictate the terms of surrender. The world acclaimed his genius and the power of his armed might. And back in Cairo, an obscure Irishman smiled sardonically, for he knew that his was the power, a power greater than that of guns and bayonets, a power incredible but true.
There are people so thoroughly conventional and so eminently proper that one feels nothing unusual could ever happen to them. And yet, such people appear again and again in the Chronicles of the Incredible. Consider, for example, the strange experience of Miss Mehitable Scott on the road from St. Boswell's.
It had been Miss Scott's custom to spend one afternoon each week in the company of her sister. Since the two elderly spinsters lived in neighboring towns, they had decided that it was only fair that they should meet halfway on the road that ran between. And so, on the afternoon of the 7th of May, 1893, Miss Mehitable Scott left her home in St. Boswell's, Roxburghshire, and set out to keep her appointment. But she had scarcely reached the outskirts of the town when she heard the church clock announcing the hour.
Oh, good heavens. It's 4 o'clock. I'm late. I've never been late before. I know what I'll do. It's not ladylike, and I've never done it before, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to run.
With rapid, mincing steps, she sped along the road. For several moments she ran, and then suddenly she stopped.
Oh, but there's a gentleman up ahead there. Dear me, where did he come from?
A man had materialized before her as if out of thin air. He was a tall, lean gentleman dressed all in black like a clergyman.
I can't run right past him. That would be too undignified.
5 minutes later, the gentleman ahead turned a slight bend in the road. It was still visible, however, at least the upper part of his body was, above a low hedge. And Mehitable, having an opportunity now to observe his face, was watching him quite closely when...
Dear me, he's disappeared.
One moment, the clergyman had been quite visible. The next, he was gone. Mehitable blinked several times in wonder and disbelief. There were no trees there behind which a man might hide. There were no side roads. There was only the hedge, which could not possibly conceal anyone. The hedge and open country as far as the eye could reach. And there were no signs of the clergyman. But Mehitable Scott refused to accept the evidence of her senses. She decided she knew the explanation.
It serves me right for running. I should have known better. Running overheats the brain, and an overheated brain can play all sorts of pranks. Why, there wasn't any clergyman at all.
A few yards beyond the bend in the road, Mehitable's sister waited at the usual meeting place. Mehitable approached her with effusive apology.
Oh, you poor dear. I'm so dreadfully sorry. Why, I'm at least 15 minutes late.
Oh, yes, there you are. I've had something else on my mind, Mehitable. It was the strangest thing that ever happened to me.
What was, dear?
A man dressed all in black. He came around that bend in the road just a few minutes ago.
Yes?
I saw him distinctly. And then, I know you won't believe this, Mehitable. Then he disappeared before my very eyes.
Men who have the power to make themselves invisible have always belonged in the province of the writer of fantastic fiction. But perhaps, had this story been allowed to gain wider currency, we might have been forced long ago to revise our opinions. For if no one can make himself invisible, then how shall we explain the experience of Miss Mehitable Scott and her sister? An experience incredible, but true.
The record of famous charlatans and frauds is cluttered with the names of those who have earned their living by pretending to be psychic. And there are men, like Mr. Harry Price, who have devoted their lives to exposing the fraudulence of that claim. But even Mr. Price himself has never been able to solve the riddle of the woman named Eileen Garrett, the woman who knew things which no living person could have told her.
It was dawn on the morning of October 5th, 1930. In the skies over the town of Beauvais, France, the British dirigible R-101 was cruising through a heavy fog. Those early risers who chanced to be in the streets of Beauvais saw through the heavy mists the vague, cigar-shaped outlines of the dirigible as she moved lazily along her course. And a moment later, they witnessed the sudden and terrible catastrophe. was over in an instant. The R-101 was now but 1,000 fragments of burning wreckage falling earthward. An investigation was ordered to determine the cause of the dirigible's tragic fate. It was conducted in great secrecy, and finally, the officer in charge of the investigation prepared a report, a highly confidential report.
There can be no doubt, sir, that the R-101 and her crew were the victims of gross incompetence on the part of those responsible for her construction. Her elevator jammed as the result of the use of faulty materials, and our much-vaunted combination of carbon and hydrogen, which we have kept so secret, proved to be not only a bad fuel, but a highly hazardous one. If the truth
And thus,
should be revealed,
the true story of the crash of the R-101 became a military secret of the First Order. At least, that is what the investigating officer assumed. But one night, after he had returned to London, he dropped into a tavern for a glass of ale. Sitting at the bar beside him was a man engaged in earnest conversation with his drinking companion.
Gross incompetence, that's what it was. Hear what they were using for fuel? Some fool combination of carbon and hydrogen.
The officer put down his glass and tapped the man sharply on the shoulder.
May I ask your name, sir?
Me name? Why, it's Garrett, that's what it is.
I'm very much afraid, Mr. Garrett, that I'm going to have to order your arrest as a spy. The information you were imparting to your friend is a military secret. Heaven knows how you laid hands on it.
I can tell you how I laid hands on it, sir. I got it from your wife. She's what you might call psychic, sir. She told me all about the R-101. Only it wasn't her talking. It was the voice of Lieutenant Irwin talking through her.
And then Garrett proceeded to describe how 3 days after the crash of the R-101, his wife had claimed to be under the control of what she called an entity, the disembodied voice of the late Flight Lieutenant H.C. Irwin.
Useful lift too small. Elevator jammed. Gross lift badly computed. This exorbitant scheme of carbon and hydrogen absolutely wrong.
Every fact included in the officer's confidential report had come slowly and haltingly from the lips of Mrs. Garrett. And to this day, no amount of investigation has disproved Mrs. Garrett's claim that she had obtained her knowledge from the dead flight commander. A claim incredible, but true.
To most readers of the daily newspapers, bank robberies are common and rather unmysterious events. But there is on record the strange story of a bank that was robbed without a gun, and, apparently, without even a robber.
The Midland Bank in Blackpool, England, is what is known as an eminently sound institution. And the only dubious incident which mars its long and honorable record of service is the one that occurred on August 6, 1926. It was on that Saturday, at high noon, when the doorman was just closing the doors, that one of the Midland's regular clients entered the bank with a large bag under his arm. He was Mr. Lloyd Fenwick of the Corporation Tramways Department.
Morning, Mr. Fenwick.
£800 in here, all treasury notes.
I'll make out the slip for you, sir. But you'd better open the bag yourself.
I don't know who else could open it. Got a new type of lock on it. No one could possibly open it unless they know the secret, and I'm the only one who knows it. I've got another bag out in the motor van with all the silver in it. Safe enough to leave this one on the counter, I suppose?
Oh, yes, of course. Just leave it where it is, sir.
As he turned away from the cashier's counter, Mr. Fenwick noticed that the bank was still quite crowded. Nevertheless, since it was now past the noon hour, the doorman had locked the doors to prevent latecomers from entering. As he unlocked them for Mr. Fenwick, the tramway's official remarked,
"No need to lock up again, my friend. I'm coming right back in."
But the doorman was a man of caution. During the few moments that Fenwick was gone, he stood by the closed doors, his hand on the key. When the official returned to the cashier's window, he carried another bag, smaller than the first one, in his hand.
We'll count the treasury notes first, sir, if you don't mind.
Makes no difference to me. Well, give it to me. The bag with the treasury notes. You must have put it away.
I? Oh, no, sir. It's lying right over here where you... But, Lord, sir, it's gone.
Yes, the black leather bag had vanished from the cashier's counter. What's more, it had vanished from the bank itself. The police were summoned, but a most thorough investigation failed to reveal its whereabouts. Fenwick, the cashier, and the police themselves were utterly mystified. At 3 o'clock that same afternoon, Patrolman Cook was strolling down Needham Lane, just a block away from the Midland Bank.
Hello. Someone must have lost a bag. I say now. Could this be the one what's missing from the bank?
Tucking the bag under his arm, Patrolman Cook made his way quickly to the Central Police Station. And there, while one of the officers got in touch with the Tramways Department, the others took turns trying to open the lock. But the lock refused to yield. They were still working over it when Mr. Fenwick arrived.
This is it, gentlemen.
I only hope the money's still there.
The lock's still closed, isn't it? That simply means no one could open it.
None of us here could make the blooming thing work, sir.
No? You just take hold of it like this, see?
Aye.
And you insert the key. Good Scott. The treasury notes. They're not in the bag.
Though every indication pointed to the fact that the bag had not been opened, that it could not possibly have been opened, nevertheless, the money was missing. And while this was remarkable in itself, it was no more remarkable than the bag's disappearance from the bank through a door that was locked and guarded. The 800 pounds were never found, and neither was the solution to the strange mystery. A mystery incredible but true.
So permeated with mysticism are the writings of Pierre Loti, the great French romanticist, that it comes as no surprise to us to learn that in the latter days of his life, his name was connected with a haunting mystery that has never been and perhaps will never be explained.
Dear to Pierre Loti's heart was his Oriental art collection. Of all the pieces which he had acquired through the years, the one that pleased him most was the one that he himself had created. It was a mosque, a beautiful, gleaming, domed reproduction of a Mohammedan place of worship. Though it was, of course, in miniature, it filled the greater part of the room in which it stood, and was high enough to permit a full-grown man to stand upright in it. When, after months of painstaking labor, the mosque was completed, Monsieur Loti invited his friend, Monsieur Courteline, to observe it.
A magnificent piece of work. The thing has an air about it, Pierre. An air of Eastern mystery. As if it held all the secrets that we poor Occidentals will never understand.
You are very kind, mon ami.
I'm not trying to be kind. I'm simply telling you what...
Wait a moment. What was that?
Sounded like... Listen. Mon Dieu. Pierre, it came from inside the mosque.
Yes. As if there was something in there, trying to get out.
There it is again. Come on, let's see what it is.
The two men eased themselves for the narrow entrance. They stood in the gloomy semi-darkness of the mosque's interior. It was empty, of course.
It must have been a mouse, Pierre.
It couldn't have been anything else, could it?
From that day on, Pierre Loti took great care to guard his precious structure. The door to the room was always locked, and he alone had the key. During the weeks that followed, he spent many hours with his art collection. And every now and then, suddenly, without warning, it would come. Always the same number of raps. Always from inside the mosque. The first few times, Pierre Loti investigated. And then, later, he merely sat and listened and wondered. But one night, he chanced to fall asleep in the room. He was awakened shortly before midnight by the same mysterious sound. He arose from his chair and stepped inside the mosque.
Mon Dieu. No. It isn't possible.
In an instant, Pierre was at the telephone calling his friend Courteline. A half hour later, the two men stood inside the mosque. It was brightened by the rays of a flashlight in Pierre Loti's hand.
There, on the floor, what do you see?
Footprints. The footprints of young children.
Yes, clearly visible in the dust on the floor of the mosque were the impressions of children's naked feet. And yet there were no children in Pierre Loti's home, and none came to visit him. Nor was this the only time the prints were observed. No matter how often he wiped them away, they continued to reappear. Was it true, as Courteline had suggested, that the mosque held Oriental secrets which no Western mind could ever fathom? If not, then what is the explanation of this baffling riddle? A riddle incredible but true.
Out of the annals of the strange and the incredible, accounts of nightmarish creatures often appear to challenge our credulity. Here is a story about one such creature, a fantastic creature called the Abominable Snowman.
It is true that no European can say that he has actually seen the Abominable Snowman, and no American either. But if you should ask some wise and scholarly old monk, he would tell you.
The Abominable Snowman? Why, yes, of course I have seen him. And so have several of my brothers here. He dwells in the Himalayas, and sometimes at night you can hear his great roar and his footsteps echoing down the valley. Come, I will show you a picture of him.
Then the monk would lead you to a lurid painting hanging on the wall. And you would see a monstrous creature of gigantic height and breadth. He stands on 2 feet like a man, and his skin is white. But he is covered with black hair, and his face is the face of a beast. And if you should travel into the neighboring countries of Nepal or Bhutan, and if you should speak of the matter to one of the Sherpas or other native groups that inhabit Central Asia, the thing that would startle you would be the close resemblance between the picture he paints in words and the picture that hangs on the monastery wall. For they have seen him with their own eyes, and they have heard his roar. But it must not be assumed that all Europeans are skeptical of his existence. There is, for example, Mr. H.W. Tillman, who led the expedition of 1938 to the peak of Mount Everest. In reporting on his adventures, Mr. Tillman referred to one rather mysterious and perplexing sight that he and his party stumbled on.
They were footprints, tracked of some sort. We found them in a snowfield in the Karakorams, far above the permanent snow line. They were round, the size and shape of an enormous soup plate. They ran in a double line for a considerable distance. All I can suggest is that they might have been made by this creature whom the Asiatics call the Abominable Snowman.
And then, of course, there was Miss MacDonald, an English lady of Dalimpong. She had been warned by the natives of Tibet to beware of the fabulous monster. But, like others before her, she had smiled tolerantly and continued on her way. And then, on a certain afternoon, as she was traversing a high mountain pass that led across the Tibetan border, she heard... It was not the roar of an avalanche. Miss MacDonald made that quite clear in her comments on it.
Oh, heavens. It was an animal, unquestionably. Why, it was so loud, so violent, that it actually shook the ground under my feet.
Yes, it is quite probable that this fantastic creature does live and breathe and roam the snow-capped peaks of the Himalayas. For otherwise, how can we explain the Asiatics' unquestioning faith in him and their unanimous agreement on his appearance? And how can we explain the tracks in the snow and the great roar that shook the earth? It seems, on the basis of the evidence available, quite likely that someday science will recognize the Abominable Snowman not as a myth or a legend, but as a fact, incredible but true.
In the little town of Neston in Cheshire, England, Theresa Higginson is well remembered, for it was she who had an experience so remarkable that it has made her name immortal among her fellow townsmen.
Father Donahue, the priest of Neston's church, was called away to London at least 4 times a year. So Theresa Higginson's title was more than honorary. Hers was the responsibility of seeing to it that the Holy Church remained inviolate. Consequently, she was rather startled when Father Donahue summoned her to him and inquired,
"When I'm in London, Teresa, whom do you permit to enter the church?"
Why, nobody, Father, nobody at all.
That is what I was afraid of. There are certain persons who should not be kept out of the church if they wish to enter it. There's Father Mooney of Wickham. If perchance he should come while I'm away, it's quite possible that he might wish to go in for a while and say Mass.
It was just 3 weeks later that Father Donahue departed for London. Neston's church rested on a rather high hill at the very outskirts of town. A gravel path ran from the road up to its doors. And it was there that Teresa Higginson met the strange priest.
He must be Father Mooney of Wickham. Good morning to you, Father Mooney.
But the man did not reply. Instead, he pointed a bony finger at the keys that were tightly clutched in Teresa's hand. And then he pointed the same finger at the door of the church.
He must want to go in.
The man was obviously familiar with the layout of the building. He made his way unhesitatingly into the sacristy.
Well, he must be Father Mooney. Who else would know his way around here?
It was not until after the ceremony had ended and the priest had returned to the sacristy to dispose of his vestments that she began to wonder again. For time passed. 10 minutes, 15, a half hour, and he did not reappear. At length, she stepped into the small, gloomy room. The vestments were there, but the man who had worn them had vanished.
But he couldn't have. There's only one door to this room, and I was standing outside of it the whole time.
On the evening of the following day, Father Donahue returned from his visit to London.
Why didn't you tell me he was such a queer one, Father?
Who, my dear?
This Father Mooney. He was here while you were gone.
But that's impossible, Teresa. Father Mooney was in London.
Well, then who did I see here? Who did I let into the church? Oh, he was a priest, all right. But I never saw such a strange-looking one. An old man he was, and all bent over with a horrible humpback.
You say he was hunchbacked?
Aye, that he was.
And he was an old man?
Aye. Why do you ask, Father?
Because there was a priest here once. He was an old man and a hunchback.
No wonder he knew the place inside and out. But what's his name, do you know?
His name was Father Keller. He's been dead for 50 years. His body is buried in the graveyard behind the church.
There were those, of course, in Neston who said that Teresa Higginson either lied or else she dreamed the whole affair. But there were others, and they included most of the townspeople who knew Teresa too well to do anything but accept her word. They simply accepted the incident as an incident incredible but true.
Nature is whimsical and unpredictable, and sometimes in a perverse mood she delights in creating freaks and monstrosities. But even when we remember that fact, we are still inevitably awed and bewildered by such creatures as the one that Captain Oliver found on the beach at Soraro Island.
For Harry Streeter, reporter on the staff of the Morning Herald, Sydney, Australia's leading newspaper, Captain Oliver's arrival in port came as a godsend.
Morning Herald, City Desk, Streeter.
Hello there. My name's Oliver, Captain Oliver. I'm captain of the trading vessel Emu. We just docked about a half hour ago. If you'll drop down to the harbour, I got something here I think you'll be interested in seeing.
A half hour later, Harry Streeter was walking along the wharf. When he came upon the Emu, a voice from the deck above greeted him heartily.
Oh, there. You're the man from the newspaper?
That's right.
Well, come on board. You'll find the blooming thing lying right here on the deck.
Harry Streeter, highly skeptical of the whole affair, mounted the gangplank.
Think your piper might be interested in something like that?
Harry glanced at the deck and gasped in amazement. Lying at his feet were the bones of an animal, the most gigantic bones that any human being had ever laid eyes on. There were 2 skulls, each over 2 feet long, fastened together and connected to a single vertebral column. And there was a hip bone twice the size of a man.
Where in heaven's name did you find that? Soraro Island, lying on the beach. The old animal was there, but we just brought back part of the skeleton.
The 2 heads were joined together like that when you found them?
Aye.
Well, those skulls are shaped like horses' heads. And they've got beaks on them. Have you ever heard of a beaked whale?
I've seen them.
No, you'll see them again. Those are the bones of 2 beaked whales that somebody tied together.
Mr. Streeter, how big is the biggest beaked whale?
They run as long as 30 feet.
Well, this here animal measured just 60 feet from tip to tip. And what's more, his skin was covered with hair.
But Harry Streeter remained skeptical. And though he saw fit to abandon his theory that the monster was really 2 whales, His story in the Morning Herald the next day carried what he felt was a thoroughly scientific explanation.
To be believed, this 60-foot animal with 2 heads was actually alive and wandering along the shores of Suaro Island shortly before the captain and his crew stumbled on it. Your reporter, however, could not avoid the conclusion that what Oliver's brought back with him are nothing more nor less than fossil remains. Such an explanation would only be precluded if we were presented with the hair and skin, which the captain claims to have removed from the bones. If the animal isn't a fossil, why didn't he bring the skin back with him?
In a letter to the editor of the Morning Herald, Captain Oliver gave his reason.
If he found the skin of an animal that had been lying under the hot tropical sun for a week or two, how would he like to take it along with him in a small, crowded boat?
The issue was not settled until a certain prominent scientist issued his own statement.
The bones have been lying in my laboratory for several days. These are definitely not fossil remains.
And so the question was resolved, and it was apparent that Captain Oliver had been unjustly accused. He could only be accepted as a story incredible but true.
The nature of death and the fate of the human soul after death are riddles to which no man has found a key. But there have been a few restless men who have made investigations in the field, and while they have not learned the answers, their inquiries have borne startling fruit.
In April of 1907, the prominent French physician and neurologist, Dr. Henri Baraduc, suffered an unfortunate loss. His son, André Joseph Baraduc, died at the age of 17. On the day after the funeral, Monsieur Charles Vinot, a close friend of the family, came to pay his respects.
I know how futile words are at a time like this.
It was kind of you to come, Charles.
You were with André when he died, Marie.
Oh, Charles.
Why, my dear, I am sorry. It was a stupid question.
No, it was not stupid at all. Charles, I was not with André when he died. Henri would not let me be.
What?
He kept me out of the room. During the last few hours, he was in there alone with André. You see, when André went in for the last time, he took a camera with him.
When Charles Vinot saw Marie several months later, he realized that she was a very sick woman. And a month later, Vinot received word that her condition was critical. He went at once to the Baraduc house.
I'd rather you wouldn't come in, Vinot. Marie is dying.
Good Lord. I want to speak to her, Henri.
I asked you not to come in.
Yes, I know.
Will you have the decency to permit me to be alone with my wife at the moment of her death?
Why, Henri? For the same reason that you wanted to be alone with your son? Are you perhaps planning to set up your camera near the deathbed?
Oh, you know about that, do you? Well, yes, since you inquired. Yes, that's exactly what I'm planning.
The following day, the newspapers carried the report of the death of Madame Marie Baraduc. Charles Vinot returned to the Baraduc home. He bluntly denounced the doctor as a heartless and inhuman monster.
I'm a scientist, Vinot. I wanted a visual record of what happens to the body at the moment of death.
And then he handed his friend a series of pictures, explaining that he had used specially sensitized plates. Vinot stared at them in amazement and disbelief.
Mon Dieu, it looks like a sort of misty ball rising from her body.
And so it is. If you look here, you'll notice that 3 such balls appeared. They coalesced into a single globe. It remained attached to the body by a cord, a luminous cord. And then, at this point, the cord broke, and the globe floated away. I may be an inhuman monster, Charles, but I think you'll agree that I've made a rather significant discovery.
Charles Vinot may have agreed, but the world did not. Dr. Baraduc's astonishing pictures have been published frequently, but science has refused to take them seriously. Is it because the circumstances under which they were made are so repugnant, so offensive to human decency, that the doctor's integrity is subject to suspicion? Or is it simply because the photographs themselves tell a story that is too disturbing? A story incredible but true.
Slowly and laboriously, from rocks and tablets of stone, the historians have pieced together a picture of the ancient world. And their knowledge is final and certain and irrefutable. At least, it was until that day when a man named Ramos happened to glance heavenward.
For nearly 12 centuries before the birth of Christ, the name of Phoenicia looms large in the history of Western culture. The Phoenician peoples were the traders of the Old World, the navigators, the discoverers of new routes and new lands. But even for such daring spirits as these, the world had limits. Beyond the Mediterranean itself lay the great mysterious sea, and there they did not go. So the historians tell us, and so we have always believed, and strangely enough, we go on believing it, despite the startling discovery that a man named Da Silva Ramos made. Senor Ramos was a noted Brazilian archaeologist. He and a group of fellow scientists were engaged in a research project in the mountains of the Javia region near Rio de Janeiro. On a certain afternoon, they entered a narrow defile that ran between two sheer walls of rock. And before traversing it, they sat down to rest. One of Ramos' colleagues sniffed the air.
I think we're in for a little rain, Dr. Ramos.
It will not come before evening. The sky is still quite clear.
We can't see much sky from here.
No, but if you look straight up there, you can... Good heavens! What in the world is that?
What?
Carved in the rock, halfway up. Is not that writing of some sort?
Oh, by George, I think you're right. It's an inscription.
The characters are at least 3 feet high.
How could anyone possibly have carved them in that inaccessible spot?
And who could have carved them? That is the real mystery.
I don't recognize the characters at all.
And neither do I. They are certainly not Indian or Inca. By heaven, I am going to find out what they are.
After he had returned to Rio, Senor Ramos lost no time in arranging for climbing equipment to be carried into the mountains. And a few weeks later, he published his opinion on the origin of the strange writing.
I know that my findings will be regarded with considerable skepticism. For if I am correct, then the history of the world needs to be rewritten. And yet I have no choice but to state what I believe to be the truth. The inscription I discovered is in the language of the Phoenicians.
Since that time, Senor Ramos' opinion has been supported by numerous other authorities, among them the renowned Professor Schwenhafen. And yet the logical conclusions to be drawn from the opinion have been ignored by the whole world. We prefer to pay homage to Columbus as the discoverer of America, and to disregard the evidence that he arrived 3,000 years after the real discoverers, though that evidence happens to be incredible, but true.
Dreams, the modern psychologist tells us, are the expression of unconscious drives, the fulfillment of wishes which we repress in our waking life. And yet, if we accept this theory in its entirety, how shall we interpret the vision that appeared in a dream to Colonel George Chorny?
For the Russian army on the Eastern Front, victories were scarce during the last days of the year 1916. But one contingent, under the command of Colonel Chorny, seized an Austrian town late in October. And after several hours of uneasy vigilance, the colonel retired promptly to his room and went to bed. As he slept, he saw himself, in a dream, standing on the cobblestone street just outside the inn. A few yards away, at the next corner, stood a misty figure clad in white, and it beckoned to him.
Follow me. Through this street will they carry you.
The vision led him along the narrow, winding street. And then, at a corner where the village church stood, it turned to the left into a crooked little lane.
Tomorrow morning, when the enemy returns, when the town is destroyed, when you are captured, then will you be born hither, and here will you lie.
The figure pointed, and the colonel saw that the building before him was a hospital. In an instant, he was inside, walking behind the figure down a long corridor. Outside a room, they paused.
Mark it well. 317. Here will you lie.
It was 2 o'clock in the morning when the colonel awoke. Unable to sleep again, he arose and stepped out on the balcony that jutted off his room. He had not noticed it before, but the street below was cobblestone. Indeed, it was the same street that he had seen in his dream. Acting on a sudden and irresistible impulse, the colonel dressed and went downstairs and out of the inn. He followed the street, but now, of course, there was no figure in white leading the way. Soon he came to a corner where a church stood, and he turned to his left. Before him stretched a crooked little lane. And at the end of it, he saw a building that was unmistakably a hospital. A night clerk, sitting behind a desk, arose and saluted him.
I imagine you have plenty of patients these days, huh?
Oh, yes, sir, of course. Only one vacant room left. On the 3rd floor, sir.
The 3rd floor? Could you tell me the number of the room?
The number? Why, yes, certainly. It's number 317.
Back at the inn, he set about awakening the officers.
Wake up! Britannicus, wake up! Come downstairs immediately! Wake up!
He knocked sharply on the door of each room, shouting the name of the officer within until he received a reply. And gradually, they began to appear, sleepy-eyed and bewildered.
Gentlemen! Gentlemen! The enemy is planning to counterattack early in the morning.
At 8 o'clock the next morning, the Germans had returned and were pounding their former stronghold with shells. An hour later, they attacked in overwhelming force. But by this time, the Russians were several miles away. Yes, though they were not aware of it, they had been saved by a dream which was only partially realized because it had been heeded in time. A dream incredible but true.
Stories of human beings who, by a wave of a magic wand, are transformed into animals are an inevitable part of the literature of our childhood. But now and then, we come upon an incident which makes us pause and wonder whether our childish imaginings are quite as childish as they seem.
Miss Olive Clark, who was, for 20 years, the principal of the Girls' National School at Whittlesea, was not a stern disciplinarian. But one thing she did insist on was strict observance of the curfew. Consequently, when at 12:30 on a certain night in the year 1911, she saw a shaft of light still gleaming beneath the door of Janet Seaton's room, she decided to investigate.
Oh, hello there, Miss Clark.
Janet, do you realize what time it is? Your light should have been out over 2 hours ago.
Oh, but I couldn't help it. I've been reading this book and I forgot all about time. There's a little boy in it, and he turns into a bird, and he flies all over the world.
That's enough, Janet. You shouldn't be reading such childish nonsense.
But you see, Miss Clark, I believe in things like that. I'm quite sure that lots of birds and animals are really the souls of dead people in disguise.
It was almost a week later that Miss Clark found on her office desk a message from Janet Seaton, asking her to come to the dormitory at her earliest convenience.
Miss Clark, will you tell me something, please? Did any girl who used to go to school here, ever die in this room?
Well, now that you ask, yes.
I thought so.
Why?
Because she's come back. There she is, over there in the corner.
Miss Clark wheeled around and stared at the spot where Janet was pointing. There, at the juncture of two walls, a large red butterfly was clinging.
She was there when I came in last night. I don't know how she got in. The door and the windows were closed.
For more than a month, the butterfly remained in precisely the same spot. And nothing could convince Janet Seaton that it was not a reincarnation of the girl who had died. And then, late in the spring, they found its lifeless body on the floor.
Just because she died doesn't prove anything. Her soul probably passed to another animal of some sort. She'll be back.
In the summer of that year, Janet Seaton graduated from the Girls' National. And for 16 years thereafter, no one connected with the school heard from her. And then, on a morning in March 1927, she came back. and dropped into Miss Clark's office and began to reminisce about her childhood experience.
Remember what a silly little fool I was, Miss Clark. I insisted that poor old butterfly was the soul of a dead girl.
Janet, there's still a butterfly in your room. Every spring at just about the same time, one has appeared in the same corner for 16 years. There's one up there now.
There is no need to accept the interpretation which Janet Seaton offered for this strange story when she was a child. And yet, even after we have rejected it, the facts are that a red admiral butterfly did reappear each year in the same corner of the same room, and that it remained there until its death. And these facts are, in themselves, incredible but true.
The sight of old battlefields invariably evokes in our mind's eye a vision of the men who fought on them in a former day. But all this, we insist, is merely an association of ideas. And we continue to insist, even though there is on record an authentic story which goes far to prove us wrong.
It was on Saturday night, November 5th, 1932, that Tom Horner drove with his friend Arthur Wright from Filey to Harrogate.
I'll wager you aren't even aware that we're right in the middle of Marston Moor, are you, Tom?
Marston Moor? Didn't some battle or other take place there?
One of the greatest battles of all time. It's where Cromwell's men defeated King Charles' army in 1644. Right where we're driving, along this road. Though, of course, the road itself probably was... Oh, watch out, old boy. Another car coming toward us. It's a bus of some kind.
Just as the two vehicles were about to pass each other, Wright gasped,
"Tom, look out! Those men!"
Suddenly, two men had appeared, walking down the center of the highway, just a few feet in front of the car.
I say, Tom, they've got long hair.
They're wearing hats with cockades in them. And cloaks. And boots.
Well, they must be going to a masquerade party of some sort.
Well, wherever they're going, I wish they'd get a move on. There isn't room to pass them.
The two strange figures paid no attention to Tom Horner's signal. Instead, they trudged slowly down the middle of the road, and Tom had no choice but to creep on behind them, for on one side of him the bus was passing now, and on the other, a high hedge marked the edge of the road. When the bus had passed, Tom switched on his bright lights.
Now we can see what those chaps really look like. I couldn't tell whether... Hello? What happened to them?
The two figures had disappeared. Baffled and incredulous, Horner stopped the car. And he and Wright climbed out and peered up and down the road. They walked back several yards in the darkness.
But they couldn't have got off the road. No one could jump those hedges or even get through them. At least not in 2 seconds.
Well, perhaps, Tom, perhaps there weren't any men. We must have imagined it.
How could we both of us imagine the same thing?
I don't know. It's possible, I suppose. We were both talking about Marston Moor, about this being a battlefield. By George, those men were dressed like soldiers. Like soldiers from Cromwell's army.
Come to think of it, they were, weren't they? Still, I don't see...
I know, it doesn't make sense. But it's the only logical answer. There simply weren't any men.
Hello there!
The voice came to them through the mist and darkness. Horner turned quickly and saw a man approaching.
Hello! Who are you?
I'm the bus driver. Just passed you back there on the road. You didn't happen to see a couple of queer-looking blokes with long hair? They were walking down the middle of the road half a minute ago.
And so Tom Horner and Arthur Wright knew that they had not imagined the strange figures, for now a third witness had testified to their reality. Here on Marston Moor, almost 300 years after the most famous battle of the Great Rebellion, two men, dressed like soldiers in the Parliamentary Army, had appeared for a moment and then vanished. If we deny that they were stragglers out of the remote past, out of the days of Cromwell and King Charles, then how shall we explain this remarkable vision? A vision incredible but true.
Of all the objects in the heavens, none has been more closely nor more consistently observed than the moon. Now that man has actually walked upon her surface, one might suppose that all that can be known about her is known, and it comes as something of a surprise to learn that over all the weighty volumes of astronomic discussion hovers a haunting and tantalizing question.
Scattered over the surface of the moon, in great profusion, are craters, not unlike the craters produced by volcanoes on the Earth. It was one of these craters which attracted the interest of Sir William Herschel, greatest astronomer of the 18th century. On a certain night in the year 1783, he stood at his accustomed place by the window of his study, his telescope to his eye. Beside him was his sister, Caroline Herschel.
Good Lord, I must be dreaming. Here, Caroline, take the telescope.
Where shall I look?
One of the moon's craters. It's in the lowermost area, just below the Mare Imbrium.
Little lights. They're all in a row, and they're moving, just like the flare of torchlights in a procession.
From then on, night after night, Sir William and his sister watched the moon, the infinitesimal pinpoints of illumination that marched mysteriously across the floor of the crater. In that same year, and again 4 years later, in 1787, the great astronomer wrote articles which carried but one implication, that the phenomenon which he had been observing was an evidence of life, that there were perhaps living, moving organisms on the surface of the moon. 60 years afterward, another eminent scientist named Rankine testified that he too had seen lights in the same crater during an eclipse. And in the decade that followed, 4 other observers made similar reports. Meanwhile, however, the science of astronomy had reached adulthood. The instrument it employed had gained power and precision. And the men who employed them were no longer inclined toward naive and idle speculation.
It must be remembered that Sir William Herschel used a telescope of just 6 feet focal length, which he made with his own hands. Naturally, such an instrument could not produce results in which we can place any reliance whatsoever. The moon, as we now know, is totally devoid of both air and water, and so, of course, it is nonsense to speak of life on its surface.
And this was the consensus of opinion for half a century thereafter. And then the great American astronomer, William Henry Pickering, who had devoted a lifetime to planetary photography, who had traveled round the world for the sole purpose of comparing the moon's craters with the craters of the Earth, issued a statement in 1937, just a year before he died.
I have observed closely the crater which so interested my very great predecessor, Sir William Herschel. My conclusions are not entirely at variance with his. There are reasons for believing that there is life on the moon.
And so today the problem remains unresolved. And meanwhile, the moon herself rides serenely through the skies, keeping her own confidence and withholding, so far, her secret. A secret that may well prove incredible but true.
Throughout the British Isles, air raid shelters are a common sight. But in the town of Sheraton, there stands one, older than the rest, which was never used. Those who knew of the terrors that lurked within it preferred to take their chances with Nazi bombs.
Cornelius Jacques was Sheraton's Justice of Peace. On a certain day in the summer of 1918, when the First World War was approaching its end, Mr. Jacques summoned to his house one James Wyatt.
My dear fellow, I want you to dig me an air raid shelter. Last month there were 13 planes over London. 34 people were killed and 89 injured. If they can come to London, they can come to Sheraton.
And so James Wyatt dug. And then, a few mornings later, the workman appeared unexpectedly at his honor's door.
Oh, what do you want, my dear fellow?
I want me money. The money what's coming to me for 2 days' work.
But you're not finished yet. I'll pay you when you're through.
You're mistaken, Your Honor. I am through. There wasn't a soul in that dugout but myself. But somebody threw sand in me eye.
And James Wyatt was not to be reasoned with. He refused to return to the half-completed air raid shelter. And so the justice had no choice but to go out alone and investigate.
Should have dug the thing myself. Hello in there. Anybody inside?
The justice opened the makeshift door and stepped into the gloom of the dugout. There was not a sound, nothing stirred. And then suddenly...
Well, Wyatt must have got his courage back. Come in, my good man, come in.
But there was no response to his call, and so His Honor turned and opened the door.
That's strange. Not a soul in view. Some prankster, I'll wager. Come in, lad, wherever you are. Come in.
And this time, the justice did not call in vain. He received an answer.
Good heavens, what was that? Where are you? Who's hiding in here? I demand that you out!
And the justice had good reason to cry out in pain, for just at that moment, a large stone came hurtling through the air from the opposite wall and struck him squarely in his rather impressive midsection.
Coward! Ruffian! Whoever you are, I dare you to show your face. Ouch! Ouch! Stop throwing things at me, will you?
The stones were coming from all directions now, and they were stones no longer, but good-sized rocks. And then, just as His Honor was ready to beat a hasty and somewhat undignified retreat, they stopped, as abruptly as they had begun. The justice turned back, and the sight which greeted his eyes was even more astounding than anything that had happened so far.
Good Lord, it's pulling the stones out of the wall and piling them up on the floor.
When Justice Jacques returned to the house, he paid James Wyatt quietly and let him go. And for some reason, he neither looked for a worker to replace Wyatt, nor did he carry out his vow to complete the dugout himself. He did, however, invite several of his neighbors to inspect it, and their experiences were not unlike his own. The electrician of Cheriton wore bandages around his head for several days afterward, and a Canadian soldier who visited the place at night came out screaming with terror. In all, there's been recorded the testimony of 7 reliable witnesses, and all have sworn to the presence in the justice's air raid shelter of a mysterious and supernormal force. A force incredible but true.
The supernatural is not selective. A scientist working in his laboratory, a housewife bent over her ironing board, all these and many others have, at one time or another, been the central figures in mysterious events. And bewildering things have even been known to happen to a young man hurrying to keep a date with his best girl.
Leonard Wadham, a resident of Walworth, South London, was a respectable young man of regular habits. He was, like most young men of his age, in love. And on the evening of September 27th, he had called the object of his affection on the telephone to confirm an appointment.
9 o'clock. 9 o'clock in front of St. Benedict's Cathedral. Don't be late. How could I be late when I'm meeting you, Ellen? I'll be there at 9 o'clock sharp.
It was only a 15-minute walk from his home to St. Benedict's Cathedral. But just to be on the safe side, he started out at 8:30. When he was still several blocks away from the meeting place, he chanced to glance up, and he noticed the clock in the cathedral's spire.
Not quite 9:15. I've only got a couple of more minutes to go. She's the one who's going to keep me waiting. Oh, aren't I now? What's happening? What's happening to me anyhow?
On this same evening, near the village of Dunstable, not far from London, Patrolman Gibbons of the Dunstable police force was covering his beat.
Hello. What's this? Some bloke standing right in the middle of the highway. Looks like he don't even know where he is. Intoxicated, I'll bet, surely. Hey, you there! What are you doing in the middle of the fair?
Well, I don't exactly know. That is,
You want to get hit or something?
No, but officer, would you mind telling me what I am?
I can tell you where you ought to be, home in bed. In your condition.
My condition? You don't think I'm drunk, officer? I haven't had a drop.
And what is the matter with you?
I don't know. Something happened to me. Something strange and mysterious like. The landscape, it blotted out. The street and the cathedral and everything.
What street? What cathedral?
St. Benedict's on South Waterbury.
What? That's in London, ain't it?
Aye. That's where I was.
Well, you're not there now. You're in Dunstable.
Dunstable? Why, that's 30 miles from London. But how did I get here? I don't remember coming near at all.
Oh, it sounds like amnesia to me.
Aye, that must be it. But how am I going to explain it to Ellen? I was to meet her at 9 o'clock sharp, and here I am 30 miles away, and it must be midnight.
And what makes you think it's midnight?
Well, it was just 17 minutes to 9 when I looked at the clock on St. Benedict.
Wait a minute now. Take a look at this watch.
Blimey. It's only 10 minutes to 9.
It is not recorded whether Leonard Bottom was ever able to persuade Ellen of the truth of his story. If she was highly skeptical, it is not to be wondered at, for few women would be likely to believe that a man could be transported, without his knowledge, 30 miles in less than 7 minutes. And yet, if we accept the evidence that was conclusive enough to convince both the Dunstable police and the great London newspaper, those are the facts. Facts. Incredible but true.
Of all the strange tales in the annals of the incredible, stories of curses are perhaps the most difficult to accept. Yet, there are on record many such accounts too well documented to ignore. Consider, for example, this eerie case of the skull of Bettiscombe.
In the district of Dorsetshire stands an old home called Bettiscombe Manor. And there, you would find a box that contains the skull of a man. You would learn then that it has been more than 200 years since anyone has lifted the skull from its place in the metal box.
It is the skull of Azariah Pinney's slave, and the slave's spirit is not at rest, nor will it ever be until his bones are returned to the land of his birth.
Inquiring further, you would learn that Azariah Pinney joined in the Duke of Monmouth's rebellion in the year 1685. Azariah himself had been deported to the West Indies. When at last he returned to England, he brought with him the slave. But the damp air of the British Isles was not kind to the black man, and in time he grew ill.
I want to go back to my home, Master.
It's too late for that, man. You're dying.
But my spirit will not rest, Master. Not until I lie in my native earth.
And so the slave died, and he was buried at Bettiscombe. Who it was who brought his skull back into the manor remains a mystery. But in time, it found its way into one of the downstairs rooms.
How perfectly horrible.
Whereupon, Azariah Pinney's wife lifted the skull from its resting place and carried it toward the door. And then, throughout the whole house, from attic to cellar, a howling began. Loud and continuous and appalling. But Mistress Pinney was a courageous woman, and she proceeded to remove the skull. That night, as Azariah Pinney climbed the stairs toward his bedroom, a board gave way beneath his feet.
Oh, confound it. I've broken my leg.
And the next morning, as he lay helpless in his bed, his wife reported to him,
Azariah, that bolt of lightning last night, it struck the barn. We've lost more than half our stock.
And a few days later, his wife brought more sorrowful news.
I don't ever think it's going to stop raining, Azariah. The crops are ruined.
Wife, have that skull brought back into the house. We'll see if it stops raining then.
And so the skull stood in Bettiscombe Manor once more. No further disorders were reported. It stood for 12 years. And then, once again, Mistress Pinney decided to be rid of it.
On the morning after the skull was taken out, Azariah Pinney died. After that, it was brought in again and placed in this box.
And there, doubtless, it will continue to remain. For who, however skeptical he may be, however certain that all this is mere legend and superstition, would dare to pick it up? The facts which support the legend have been carefully recorded, and there is little reason to doubt their accuracy. All of them indicate that the skull of the slave is possessed of a strange and supernormal power. A power incredible but true.
Millions of square miles of ocean floor have never been observed by human eyes. And so, it should not be surprising if, now and then, out of the watery depths, some new shape emerges, unless that shape happens to resemble nothing else that moves between heaven and earth.
The man who told the story was Ralph Bandini, a prominent sportsman to whom deep-sea fishing was both a hobby and a science. Early in September 1920, Mr. Bandini had set out on a fishing expedition in the waters of the Pacific. He had rented a boat from an old waterfront character known only as Captain Salt. And at 6:30 on the morning in question, the two men were on their way down to the docks together.
I didn't know there was anybody left in the world who believed that nonsense, Captain.
Tell you, I've seen him with my own eyes.
Well, I remember seeing a 16th century woodcut. Picture of a sea serpent just like yours. Should I tell you what you really saw?
What?
Well, it could have been any one of a number of things. Most sea monsters turn out to be ribbon fish or giant squids. One of the most famous ones on record was nothing more than a mass of seaweed.
You can laugh, mister, but I'll take you out to the spot where I last went into him. Maybe he'll come up again. And if he does, we'll see who does the
An hour later, on the rear deck of Captain Salt's boat, Ralph Bandini prepared to cast his line. And then suddenly, the old seaman was at his elbow.
Take a look off the starboard, mister.
Good Lord!
Bandini's eyes had followed the line of the captain's finger. And now his rod and reel fell from his hands, and his mouth dropped open in sheer amazement. For he was looking at the most monstrous animal that human eyes had ever beheld.
Hand me those binoculars, Captain, and turn off the motor.
Through the 7 power glasses, Ralph Bandini stared at the awe-inspiring form that loomed ahead. A form that rose higher and higher out of the sea, even as he watched. The animal's barrel-shaped body was at least 6 feet thick. It was topped by the head of a gigantic reptile, and the head was covered with thick, coarse hair.
And those eyes. Lord, they must be a foot in diameter, each one of them. Heaven knows how big this thing really is. That's only a small part of his body we're looking at.
What makes you think so?
Why, he doesn't even rise or fall with the waves. They just hit against him and break. It's almost as if, well, as if he were standing on the ocean floor.
Acting on Bandini's orders, the captain maneuvered the boat to within less than 300 yards of the animal. And the closer they came to him, the more overwhelming he seemed. And then at last, he slipped slowly and quietly beneath the waves. That was the only time Ralph Bandini ever saw the sea monster of San Clemente. But other men have seen him too. More than 100 of them. And their descriptions of him have been almost identical. There is complete agreement that he is neither shark, nor squid, nor whale, but rather an unknown form of sea life. A form incredible but true.
In cases of accidental death, the greatest tragedy always lies in the fact that the disaster might have been avoided. But there is on record the story of one survivor who could, with justification, disclaim responsibility. For after all, how can you prevent a tragedy which has been willed by a mysterious and powerful and invisible force?
It was an ideal day for an outing, that May 3rd, 1933. The skies were serene and cloudless. And if Nemesis, the goddess of punishment and destruction, rode the gentle zephyrs, she did not make her presence known. Certainly not to young William Ferrance and Beatrice Villas of Blenheim Road, Clapham, London. They had set out early in the morning for their favorite spot in the country, beyond Tunbridge Wells. And as their open roadster skimmed smoothly over the highway, they were blithely unaware of the danger that hovered about them.
Oh, Bill, you're crazy.
You suggested this picnic, you know.
But what's the matter with picnics?
Nobody enjoys them but the insects.
What's the matter, Bill?
Didn't you feel that?
You mean the way the car swerved? Well, I thought you did it. I thought you were trying to avoid a bump in the road.
I didn't turn the wheel at all.
Well, we're going straight now.
Yes. Oh, well. I suppose it was nothing serious. I pity anyone who...
Oh, Bill! Look out! Oh, Bill, we almost went over into that culvert.
I can't understand it. I don't know what caused it.
Well, there must be something the matter with the car.
But it wasn't like that at all. It was almost as if somebody had pushed us.
William Ferrance climbed out of the driver's seat to examine the car. When he returned to his place behind the wheel, there was a look of fear and perplexity in his eyes.
There's nothing wrong with the car, Bee.
Then what?
I haven't any idea what. I tell you, we were pushed across that road.
Oh, Bill, that's absurd. Now, come on, let's get going.
Without a word, William Ferrens stepped on the starter, meshed the gears, and the car edged forward. He drove slowly, cautiously, his eyes pinned on the road ahead, his hands tense around the wheel. For almost 5 minutes, they crept along the highway. And then suddenly...
Bill, we're on the wrong side of the road again. Turn your wheels, Bill.
I am turning them. It doesn't do any good.
Well, stop the car. We're almost at the edge. Bill, stop it.
It won't stop me. The brake's all the way down to the floor.
But you've got to stop it. We're going over.
A few seconds later, when William Ferrens recovered consciousness, the car lay overturned at the foot of an embankment, and pinned beneath it was the lifeless body of Beatrice Villis. Perhaps in that terrible moment, Ferrens blamed himself for her death. But it was not he who had killed his companion, for a thorough investigation failed to disclose any defect in either the brakes or the steering mechanism. It was a mysterious and invisible force that was in control of his car at the instant it left the road. A force incredible but true.
The favorite locale of writers of romantic adventure, from Dumas to Sabatini, has always been the Wayside Tavern. One of their favorite periods has been the Napoleonic era, and the same locale and the same historical period provide one of the most baffling true stories in all the chronicles of the strange and incredible.
The coach that sped along the road from Vienna that crisp wintry morning in November 1808 carried Benjamin Bathurst, ambassador from England to the court of Francis I, Emperor of Austria. At the moment, the eminent Mr. Bathurst was highly impatient, for he was returning to London with a report on weighty matters of state. His secretary, who sat beside him in the coach, listened patiently to his complaints.
What's the matter with the blasted creatures, Palmer?
I'm afraid we need fresh horses, sir.
Well, then, let's get fresh horses. We'll find the nearest inn and change horses there.
Later, the English diplomat was comfortably ensconced in the inn. He had scarcely finished his third mug of ale when his secretary approached the table.
The horses are harnessed, sir.
Very well. I'll go out and look them over. Settle my account with the host, Palmer.
Having paid for the beer, the secretary followed his employer out onto the street in front of the inn. He found Mr. Bathurst examining the horses with a critical eye.
This one will do. Wait here. I want to take a look at the other one.
The ambassador stepped in front of the horses and disappeared on the other side of them. Palmer opened the coach door and glanced in to be sure that the luggage was safe. No sound came from the other side of the coach.
Anything the matter, sir? Mr. Bathurst.
The secretary hastened around to the other side of the carriage to see what had happened to his employer.
He's not here.
Palmer could see for several blocks in either direction. There was no one in view. He threw open the door of the coach again. It was empty. He ran into the inn and made inquiries, but mine host assured him that Mr. Bathurst had not come back into the inn. Two other patrons, sitting at a table near the window, informed Palmer that they, too, had seen the diplomat walk around in front of the horses, but that he had not reappeared. The secretary, in a state of utter bewilderment, sat down to wait for his employer's return. But Benjamin Bathurst did not come back. In fact, that was the last time he was ever seen. A single footnote needs to be added to this strange story. On January 23rd, 1810, more than a year after the British ambassador's sudden disappearance, a small and inconspicuous item appeared in a Hamburg newspaper.
Mr. Benjamin Bathurst, former British minister to the court of our emperor, has at last been found. His secretary, Mr. George Palmer, announced recently that he had received a letter from Bathurst himself informing him that he is safe and in good health.
In time, this item fell into Palmer's hands.
There's not a word of truth in it. I received no letter from Mr. Bathurst.
The theory has been advanced that Benjamin Bathurst was abducted by political enemies, and that the item was inserted to bring to a halt the widespread search for him. Napoleon Bonaparte himself felt obliged publicly to disclaim any hand in the affair, but such a disclaimer was scarcely necessary. For after all, how can a man be abducted in broad daylight, in the middle of the main street of a village, while 3 eyewitnesses remain in complete ignorance of what is taking place. No, such a simple and logical explanation will not do. And until a better one is found, the case of Benjamin Bathurst must remain a mystery incredible but true.
The work of the great Dr. Sigmund Freud centered the attention of the whole scientific world on the subject of dreams. It is not surprising, therefore, that one of Freud's fellow psychologists, Dr. Ignaz Jesauers, should have made a hobby of collecting and recording strange dreams which were imparted to him during his years of practice in Old Vienna. What is surprising, however, is that in the doctor's collection, there is at least one dream which no psychiatric theory can account for. A dream that defies the very premises of Freudianism itself.
The rain fell steadily on the streets of Amsterdam. Hendrik van der Moon, a member of the Amsterdam police force, drew the collar of his coat around his neck and shuddered as he lingered at the canal bridge, fascinated by the ripple of the raindrops in the water below him.
Mein Gott, a man in the water, and he is found and gagged.
Early the following morning, in the little town of Lochel, Switzerland, one Gustav Mertz, who was both the police chief of Lochel and also its police force, read a telegram in the privacy of his office.
Identified him as Jacob Dauer, a watchmaker of your village. Was still alive when rescued from the Amsterdam Canal, but had been bound and gagged and severely beaten. Died without regaining consciousness. Obviously a victim of murder.
Later that morning, young Rudolf Bauer, son of the late Jacob Bauer, received a call from Police Chief Gustav Mertz.
My father? Dead?
Murdered, Rudolf. He went to Amsterdam on business, I suppose.
Yes. To buy materials.
He had enemies there?
Why, no. He scarcely knew anyone in Amsterdam.
And here in Lochel?
Well, no. Unless you would call Ulrich Tobler an enemy. He owed Father a good deal of money. He refused to pay him. It made Father very angry. At least it used to. A few weeks ago, Father stopped talking about it. It was almost as if for some reason, he was afraid of Ulrich Tobler.
It was not until 2 days later, when he was going through the deceased's personal papers, that Gustav Mertz found out why the watchmaker had grown afraid of his neighbor Ulrich Tobler. That was when he found the record of the dream. It was carefully written down in Jacob Bauer's neat, sturdy hand.
If I had had this dream only once, I would not bother to set it down. But it has come to me not once, nor twice, nor even
3 times. 4 times in all I have had it. In the dream, I was arguing with Ulrich Tobler. I reminded him of the money he owed me, and I told him he must pay. But he refused and laughed at me. And then I grew very angry, and I said I would sue him. A very evil look came into his eyes, and he turned away. I, too, turned away. And then, before I could take a step, something struck me on the back of the head. I fell to the ground, and the next thing I knew, I could see myself, bound and gagged and bleeding. Around me there was nothing but a cold, wet blackness, for I had been thrown unconscious into the waters of a canal.
Yes, this was the dream that Jacob Bauer had written down a few days before he died. Can such a dream be classified in the Freudian manner as the mere expression of a subconscious fear or desire? Must it not rather be accepted as a prophecy incredible but true?
In the works of Robert Browning, there is a logic, a precision, and an intellectual acuteness which suggests a respect for science and reason alone. And yet, it is recorded that on one occasion he was confronted with a situation which he admitted neither science nor reason could explain. It happened on the day he wore his great-uncle's cufflinks.
In 1846, Browning and his wife, Elizabeth Barrett, took up their residence in Italy. And there, for the next 15 years, they lived in complete domestic bliss. At least, so the biographers tell us. And we tend to forget that even the Brownings must, now and then, have been plagued with the minor irritations which afflict blasphemous married couples.
But, Elizabeth, how in the world could they have got in the laundry?
There's no excuse to be so excited, Robert.
Well, it so happens that I have an engagement in just 15 minutes with Conchinazi.
Then I suggest you find another pair, Robert. I saw some just the other day lying in that top drawer, over there.
Good Lord. These, I forgot all about them.
They are cufflinks, aren't they?
Oh, yes, and not ordinary ones either. They're cufflinks with a history. They're connected with a dark deed of violence. In fact, with murder.
Murder?
My great-uncle, stabbed in the heart. They never found out who did it. But he was wearing these cufflinks when it happened. They were taken from his dead body and turned over to my father. No one knows the story outside a few relatives in England. Well, I'd better be off.
A half hour later, Robert Browning and Count Genasi were dining together in one of the most famous restaurants in Florence. Their conversation, which had begun with literature, had quickly passed to more personal matters, and Browning had launched into glowing description of his wife and of their idyllic marriage.
Sounds like heaven, Robert. Almost too good to be true. You disagree on nothing?
There's one thing we disagree quite violently on. You see, she actually believes in spiritualists, mediums, and that sort of thing.
And you don't believe in them?
Certainly not.
Do you have any sort of old keepsake on your person at the moment, Robert?
Well, these cufflinks, perhaps. Would they do?
One of them would do splendidly. Let me hold it for a moment, will you?
Browning removed one of his great-uncle's cufflinks from his sleeve and handed it to Count Genasi.
This has a rather interesting history, Robert.
What makes you think so?
I don't think it. I know it. But the knowledge doesn't come through seeing or hearing or smelling or feeling.
How could it come then?
Through what your dear wife might call supernatural power.
Then I don't believe you have any such knowledge.
But there is something here which cries out in my ear, murder, murder. I believe that means that this cufflink once belonged to a man who met a violent death. If I'm not mistaken, he was stabbed in the heart.
It would be too much to say that Robert Browning changed his philosophy as a result of this curious incident. But there can be little doubt that the very foundations of his skepticism were shaken. The affair remained for him, as it must for us, evidence of the supernatural. Evidence incredible but true.
Is one that comes easily to the lips of scientists. It serves to explain a multitude of phenomena which might otherwise remain inexplicable. But perhaps it is used too often as an explanation in instances where it explains nothing at all. Witness, for example, the curious case of William Duncan's family.
Saturday afternoon was a busy time in the office of Dr. Martin Brady of Newton, Massachusetts. And ordinarily, the doctor would never have dreamed of leaving his office to pay a visit to a patient's home. But there was nothing ordinary about the telephone call he received on the Saturday afternoon in question, the afternoon of May 21st, 1928.
Yes, Dr. Brady speaking.
Doctor, be open. You've got to come over.
Come over? Where? Who is this?
William Duncan, Chestnut Street. My father, mother, brother, and come quick, Doctor.
5 minutes later, Dr. Brady drove his coupe down Chestnut Street. He parked it in front of William Duncan's house. He ran up the walk and climbed the porch steps.
That's strange.
He tried the door and found that it was unlocked. So he stepped into the living room.
Hello? Hello in there.
The doctor wandered through the first floor, but he found no one there. He mounted the stairs, and as he approached the top, he caught a full view of the master bedroom at the head of the hall. And he staggered back, shocked by what he saw. On the floor of the room lay the unconscious bodies of William Duncan, his wife, and his 2 sons. Everything about them suggested that they had been asphyxiated, but nowhere was there the slightest odor of gas. The doctor bent over them and went to work. And slowly, they struggled back to consciousness. When he could speak again, William Duncan explained.
My wife sent me up for her bedroom slippers.
I walked into the room, and that's all I know. I guess she got worried about me and came up to see what had happened. She saw me lying there, and then I guess the same thing happened to her.
The two sons of William Duncan told precisely the same story. They had stepped into the room and fallen unconscious.
I saw what happened to Mom and Dad and Joe, and I felt it sneaking up on me. Just managed to reach you, and then I passed out.
Mm-hmm. I see.
But how do you explain it, Doc?
This is an example of what we medical men call mass psychology. A sort of an epidemic of hysteria, you might say. And that's all it was.
And so the strange affair of William Duncan's family was set down in the medical records as a case of mass psychology. And no one thought to raise the question of why William Duncan himself had become unconscious in the first place, or why 3 intelligent adults should have been overcome at the sight of him. Mass psychology apparently explained it all, at least to the satisfaction of the good doctor. But there are others who remain unconvinced, who continue to look upon the affair as an unsolved mystery. A mystery incredible but true.
The experience of the Reverend C.C. Wamby of Marlcombe Hill is scarcely unique in the annals of the strange and the incredible. In fact, what is impressive is the number of times which similar experiences have occurred, and we can only regard them, in view of their frequency, as proof that science still has much to explain.
It was the Reverend Wamby's custom to stroll from 6 to 7 each evening across the downs that skirted Marlcombe Hill. It had been his intention on this particular summer evening in the year 1874 to prepare his next sermon as he walked. But scarcely had he started out when he realized that he had overlooked another highly important beauty.
August it is. Then August 22nd is just the day after tomorrow. Well, now how could I have forgotten good old Wingett's birthday?
This would have been the first time in more than 30 years that the Reverend Wamby had failed to remember the birthday of that friend of his childhood, Dr. Bartley Wingett. In a moment, his sermon was forgotten, and he was absorbed in the task of composing his congratulatory message.
You, my dear Wingett, are one of the few men in London, indeed in the whole world, who really should be congratulated on reaching your age. Our view, one says, lucky Wingett. He's only 68. I think he'll like that.
I doubt if he will, Reverend. Why waste your time writing to a dead man?
The voice that spoke these strange, sinister words could not have been more than 2 feet away, and yet there was no one near him. There was not even a tree within 20 yards behind which a man might hide.
I must have imagined it. Let me see now. Where was I? Oh, yes. Lucky Wingett. He's only 68.
Dead men don't read letters.
This time, the Reverend Wamby did not pause to investigate. Instead, he turned his footsteps hurriedly toward home. That night, after dinner, he finished the letter and posted it without further interruption. But during the remainder of the week, he thought of the strange occurrence frequently. And then, on the following Saturday, there was an envelope in the mailbox, bearing a London postmark and his friend's return address. The Reverend breathed a sigh of relief.
Well, how stupid I was to worry. I was very tired that evening. I probably dreamed the whole affair. Well, let's see what good old Wingett has to say.
Whereupon the Reverend tore open the envelope and removed its contents. It contained another envelope and a small sheet of paper. As the Reverend read the message on the paper, his face grew pale and his eyes widened with horror.
We are returning your letter unopened. We regret to inform you that Dr. Wingett passed quietly away at 6 p.m. on the evening of August 20th.
Yes, at the moment that Reverend Wamby walked across the downs composing his letter, at the moment that he heard the solemn, insistent voice, at that very moment, the life of Dr. Bartley Wingett came to an end. This is only one of the more impressive of the thousands of stories of those who have, by some mysterious intuition, known of the death of someone among their family or friends. And it, like all the others, remains simply a story, incredible but true.
Nothing has proved more indispensable to the progress of humanity than fire. Neither has anything been more violently destructive. And especially is this true when, as on at least one remarkable occasion, flames ceased to be the man's servant and seemed to acquire a spirit and a will of their own.
In England, during the middle of the 19th century, it was customary for housewives to fumigate their homes with burning sulfur. And so there was nothing extraordinary in the fact that on the 12th of August, 1856, a maid named Anne Fenimore, employed in the home of Mrs. Moulton of Bedford, should have been tending an earthenware jar from which rose hot sulphurous fumes.
Mrs. Moulton! Mrs. Moulton! I've spilled the fire right on the floor.
Oh, good heavens. Well, don't just stand there, girl.
And so the flames were speedily smothered. A half hour later, when Anne Fenimore went upstairs to clean, she smelled a hint of smoke, and opening the door to the master bedroom, she saw where it originated.
Oh, the mattress! The mattress is burning.
This time, the maid did not wait. She went into action herself, and within a few moments, the fire was extinguished.
Anne, come here quickly. I need help. Where are you, ma'am? In the linen closet. The linen has caught fire.
Throughout the remainder of the day, and during the day that followed, the two women rushed from one part of the house to another, putting out fires. And then, on the evening of the second day, Mr. Moulton, who had been on a business trip to Ireland, returned home. It was raining when he arrived at the station. By the time he reached his house, his clothes were quite damp. His wife met him at the door.
You'd better change your clothes, dear, and then come right down. I have something very, very odd to tell you.
In a few moments, Mr. Moulton had returned to the living room and was listening to his wife's story.
But this is preposterous, Harriet.
I know, dear. It's almost as if some sort of evil spirit were at large in the house.
Evil spirit? Oh, come now, Harriet. Obviously, all the fires are somehow related to the first one. Perhaps there were sparks that managed to spread without your noticing.
Begging your pardon, ma'am.
Yes, what is it, Anne?
The master's clothes. The ones that were lying up in the bedroom. I just found them, ma'am. All burned to a crisp.
Before another day had passed, the strange events in the Moulton home were known to the whole community. Neighbors dropped in and then departed in haste. For during their brief stay, not only the chairs on which they sat, but even the handkerchiefs they drew from their pockets burst into flame. The most prominent physician in the town provided what he felt was a reasonable solution to the mystery. Fumes. Inflammable, sulfurous fumes had permeated the entire house.
How could he be right when some things that burned weren't even in the house? We took the best sulfur out in the yard just to save it. It burned too.
And Mr. Moulton pointed out a rather serious flaw in the physician's logic.
But it just so happens that such fumes are oxides. And oxides are not inflammable.
I know it sounds ignorant and superstitious, but I can't help feeling that there was a spirit, an evil spirit, at work.
More than 40 fires occurred in the house, and all but the first one seemed to flare up spontaneously, without cause, without human intervention. Perhaps it is a sign of ignorance and superstition to attribute them to a spirit, a non-human agent. But no other adequate solution has been offered to this remarkable mystery. A mystery incredible but true.
There is an element of pathos, as well as comedy, in the curious story of the Cumpstons of Leeds, for they were people to whom incredible things shouldn't happen. But that such things did happen to them can scarcely be doubted. Else, why would they have been standing in the British Railroad station in their night clothes at 2 o'clock in the morning?
It was Patrolman Boswell of the Bristol Police who first heard them. He'd been having his usual late cup of tea in the restaurant adjoining the railroad station, and he had just stepped out into the crisp winter night when their screams of terror reached his ears. Patrolman Boswell ran swiftly toward the station waiting room, hoping that he would be in time to prevent the bloodshed which obviously impended. The sight which met his eyes was one that he was destined never to forget, for there was no sign of blood, no hint of violence. There was only the ludicrous spectacle of two elderly people clinging together with all their might in the midst of the great empty room. Both were barefooted. Both were clad only in nightcaps and nightshirts.
Here. What was all that noise about?
Are
Are you a policeman, sir?
Aye, that I am. And being a policeman, I got me orders not to allow folks to be running around the streets in the condition you're in. Now go on home, both of you.
But you don't understand.
Hurry up now, or I'll have you arrested on a charge of intoxication.
My wife and I are respectable citizens. We are not intoxicated.
Then what are you doing in public in your nighties?
We had to leave our hotel in a hurry. We had no time to dress. We've had a very bad fight.
All right, then, I'll help you. I'll get you back to your hotel.
Never. You can arrest us. You can hang us if you like. But we are not going back to that hotel.
Patrolman Boswell had no choice but to arrest them on a charge of disorderly conduct. Standing before the police magistrate, they told their story. They were the Cumpstons of Leeds. It was their first holiday in 30 years, and now this terrible thing had happened. This ghastly experience they had had in room 117 of the Victoria Hotel. First, there had been the voices. From all around they had come. From the walls, from the floor, and the ceiling. And then there'd been the knocking, and finally the agonized groans, as if someone in a nearby room were dying.
I think we ought to get out of here, Martha. I think we ought to get out of here, Martha.
Is it an echo? Or is somebody mocking us?
Is it an echo? Or is somebody mocking us? I don't know. All I know is we're getting out.
And with that, Thomas Cumpston leaped from his bed. But scarcely had his feet touched the floor when...
Martha! The floorboards! They're moving! They're giving way onto the...
Oh, look out, Thomas! There's a hole opening up in the floor. Look out!
She, too, jumped up from the bed and, seizing her husband by the arm, pulled him back just in time to save him from falling into a yawning opening in the center of the room. And then, as if with one mind, they turned and climbed out of the window and ran toward the railroad station screaming for help. It may have been a collective hallucination. It may even have been an outright lie. But given the character of the persons involved, given the fact that they were found at the station in a condition which must have been a source of pain and embarrassment to them, how can we doubt that they were forced from their hotel by an intolerable experience? An experience incredible but true.
So close are the ties of blood, we are rarely surprised when we hear of a man or a woman who has been saved from death by the courage and self-sacrifice of another member of the family. But when a double rescue takes place, and when the parties to it are thousands of miles apart, and neither one even aware of his role in it, then it is an incident which belongs in the chronicles of the strange and the incredible.
It was in the winter of 1940. The British submarine C-23 was at rest far beneath the surface of the water. And in his bunk, Officer Ian Scott lay fast asleep, dreaming. Somehow, he found himself in a munitions plant in London. In the room before him, a young girl was hard at work.
Why, it's Nell. It's my sister, Nell.
Scott came quickly up behind her, but then suddenly he stopped. The girl was no longer working. She was asleep, her head on the table. Near her, a thin tongue of flame was creeping closer and closer.
Good Lord. Fire. Nell, wake up. The plant's on fire.
In desperation, Scott seized her arm and shook it violently, and she raised her head. But just at that moment... Officer Scott awoke, the sound of the explosion still crashing in his ears. And now, as his mind cleared, he became aware of the air around him.
Petrol fumes. The whole submarine's filled with them. We've got to get to the surface or we're lost.
Around him, other members of the crew were lying in their bunks sleeping. As a result of the fumes, some had already slipped into a deep coma. But by shouting and shaking and stabbing, Officer Scott managed to arouse 3 of them, and, working with maniacal speed, they brought the vessel to the surface, to the fresh, sweet, life-giving air.
You know, you chaps ought to be grateful to my sister Nell. If I hadn't dreamed about her, and if that explosion in my dream hadn't awakened me when it did, the whole lot of us would have been dead pigeons. You really ought to thank her.
It was another 2 months before Officer Scott did get home on leave. And among those who greeted him with greatest warmth was his sister Nell. For, as she said, not only was she glad to see him, but she had a very special reason to be grateful to him.
Grateful? What did I do?
Just saved my life, that's all. It was about 2 months ago. I was working at the plant. I got so sleepy I couldn't hold my head up. I left my table and went to the restroom and fell asleep. And I dreamed about you.
You were lying in a submarine, and you looked as if you were dead. But you weren't really dead at all.
I was in a coma, perhaps?
Perhaps. Anyway, I tried to wake you, and I couldn't. And then there was a terrific explosion.
In your dream?
No, it was in the plant. I woke up and I found out that the whole filling shop, where I work, you know, that it had been blown sky high. 36 women were killed. I'd have been one of them if I'd been working.
After that, Ian Scott told his sister of his own dream, of the role she had played in saving his life. And then the two of them stared at each other in blank amazement. For what theory can be offered to explain this remarkable coincidence? The mere fact that it occurred leads us to realize how scanty is the scientific knowledge which would make comprehensible stories such as this. Stories incredible but true.
That faith in witchcraft is not easily abandoned is indicated by the fact that in England it continued to exercise an influence over a vast number of people for 1,200 years after the introduction of Christianity. And even today, even in America, one still finds evidence of its practices. And perhaps it will never die out until certain things stop happening, things which only witchcraft can explain.
In the medical records of the State Health Department of Ohio, where the case of the Posick brothers has been set down, there is no mention, of course, of witchcraft. Doubtless such an explanation of the affair did not even occur to Dr. Perry, the physician in the case. On the morning of January 24th, 1932, he entered his office, a bewildered and defeated man.
We've lost the Posick boy, Miss Woodford. He died this morning. I gave him every test I ever heard of. I even took x-rays from head to foot. There's nothing wrong. The boy was in perfect health, and yet he died. At least they still have their two other sons.
But the thought of Stanley Posick's death continued to haunt him. And 2 days later, he made a trip out to the Posick farm to explain to the boy's parents why he had failed.
Doctor, you have come. How did you know?
How did I know what?
My second son, Raymond, he woke up this morning, sick, almost the way Stanley acted before he died.
On January 31st, exactly 1 week after the passing of his brother Stanley, the boy Raymond, age 9, was dead.
You will not let it happen to our youngest, to our baby, Doctor.
I think I can promise you that your youngest is safe, Patsy. It can only be a poison of some sort in the bloodstream. Bacteria too minute to be observed with my instruments. So I've sent a sample of Raymond's blood to the State Health Department. In a day or so, we should...
It was just 2 days later, February 2nd, that the report from the Health Department arrived at Dr. Perry's office. But as he read it aloud to his secretary, hope and confidence went out of his voice.
Every known method of analysis has been used. There is present no trace of poisonous substance of any kind.
And you were so sure. What could it be then, Doctor?
I don't suppose I'll ever know.
And the third boy? What about him?
Who can say? I examined him last night. He seemed quite all right.
After all, there's no reason to think anything will happen to him. Especially since it isn't a bacterial disease.
You're probably right, Miss Woodford. The best thing for me to do is... Oh, will you get that, Miss Woodford?
Dr. Perry's office?
Is the doctor in?
Yes, 1 moment, please.
Never mind. I don't want to talk to him. This is Posick. Just tell him that my youngest son died during his sleep last night.
And so the Posicks were childless. And neither they, nor the doctor, nor anyone else has ever learned what it was that killed their 3 sons. If anyone were to suggest that death came as a result of a hex, a curse, or maybe a magic spell, we would laugh at the idea. And yet, unless we rely on some such explanation, what is the answer to this tragic and bewildering mystery? A mystery incredible but true.
We believe that dream symbols are merely the expression of our own suppressed fears and desires, and we feel safe in disregarding them. But if this be true, How do we explain a dream such as the dream experienced by the Reverend Charles Morgan?
It was the Reverend Morgan's custom each Sunday afternoon to post conspicuously in the Rosedale Church of Winnipeg, Canada, the hymns which were to be sung at the evening service. But on this particular Sunday afternoon in the spring of 1912, the church organist came to him to register a complaint.
But always the same ones, Reverend. Can't the congregation ever sing a new hymn?
Nothing the matter with the old ones, is there, Martha?
No, sir. Nothing's the matter with them. Only it'd be kind of nice to try a different one for a change.
But I feel no need to experiment with a new hymn as long as these serve the purpose so well.
But that, of course, was before the Reverend Morgan had had his dream. The dream came when he had lain down, as he usually did, for a short nap between dinner and the evening service. The moment he closed his eyes, he was asleep. And almost immediately he saw himself walking down the aisle of his church between rows of empty pews. And on one pew lay a book, a hymnal, and its pages were opened. He bent down to read what was written there. And he could hear his own voice forming the words,
Hymn number 42.
And then suddenly he was driving a car along an open country road. And in front of him loomed an enormous signboard, bearing 3 words in huge black letters.
Hymn number 42.
When the Reverend Morgan awoke, he went immediately to his desk, and picking up his hymnal, opened it to the 42nd hymn. It was an unfamiliar one. It had never been sung in his church before. An hour later, he stood in the pulpit, looking down on his congregation. And until that instant, he had fully intended to ignore the dream. But now, suddenly, the compulsion became too strong for him, and with something akin to amazement, he heard himself saying,
I have been asked to introduce new hymns from time to time into our evening service. I think it is a wise suggestion. The congregation will sing hymn number 42, which begins, Hear, Father, while we pray to Thee for those in peril on the sea.
As the organist began playing the introductory chords to the new hymn, neither she, nor the Reverend Morgan, nor the men and women of the Rosedale Church suspected that at that very moment, out on the endless expanses of the gray, churning Atlantic Ocean, a wireless operator sat in his cabin pounding out a frantic message. Yes, it was 2:20 a.m. of the 15th of April, 1912, that the White Star liner Titanic, the largest ship afloat, went to the bottom of the Atlantic with a loss of 1,500 lives. And 2:20 a.m. April 15th was 7:20 p.m. April 14th in Winnipeg, Canada, the city where the congregation of the Rosedale Church was singing a hymn for sailors in distress, singing it only because their minister had had a strange and insistent dream. A dream incredible but true.
There are few of us who have not, at one time or another, had the sensation of reliving an experience which is actually new to us. Indeed, so common is this phenomenon that among psychologists it has acquired a technical name. But there is, on record, one case of a man who actually was familiar with a world that was new and strange.
It was business that took George Lawton to England in the spring of 1914. But after he had spent a few days in London, he succumbed to the temptation to visit his friend, Paul Bixby, who made his home in the historic old town of York. Lawton had never visited York before, and so almost as soon as he arrived, Bixby insisted on taking him for a long walk. He wanted most of all to show him the famous cathedral, known as the Minster.
We're not terribly far from it now. I know you'll want to see it, George. You probably know it by the name of St. Paul's Cathedral. Is that how they refer to it in the States? I say, George, do they refer to it as St. Paul's in the States? George!
What? Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't listening.
What's the matter with you, old boy? You seem so distracted.
It's a crazy thing, Bixby. This feeling I have, as if everything around here were familiar. I could swear I've been here before. I'm absolutely sure I know this town. Why, I could find my way from one end of it to the other.
Don't be absurd, George. You couldn't find your way from here to the Minster. There are all sorts of twists and turns before we get there.
Well, I won't get lost. Watch me.
And with that, George Lawton started off ahead of his friend. So quickly did he move, and with such absolute certainty, that Bixby found it difficult to keep pace with him. Down winding streets he went, and through crooked alleys. And when at last he came to a halt, he was standing at the old west door of the Minster. And Bixby, coming up to him breathless from exertion, gasped,
By George, that's amazing. How on earth did you manage to do it?
But Lawton was not paying very close attention to his friend. His eyes were fixed on a corner a half block down the street. A corner occupied only by a vacant lot.
Whatever happened to the inn, Bixby? The one that used to be on that corner down there.
There never was an inn there. At least, not that I can recall.
But there must have been some time or other. I remember it distinctly.
Later that afternoon, the two men sat in a dusty corner of the public library, huddled over an old map of the city. With eager fingers, they located the Church of St. Paul's. And then they followed the line of the street westward to the nearest corner. And there, they found a legend, written in very small script.
Site of the Golden Ox. Famous old inn. Destroyed by fire in 1628.
And so George Lawton, who had never been to York before, found that he not only knew his way around the streets, but that he even remembered a building which had not been there for almost 300 years. Is it absurd to suggest that this was actually his second visit to York? That in some former life he may even have been a resident of the ancient city? Perhaps it seems absurd. And yet what other explanation can be offered for this baffling mystery? A mystery incredible but true.
The history of the workers' long and bitter struggle for a decent standard of living has been marked now and then by acts of overt violence. But there is only one case on record where such acts were committed without the knowledge or the conscious will of the workers involved, where their anger itself seemed to become an invisible force of destruction.
The remarkable affair began on the 15th of September, 1921. It was on that day that Mrs. Courtney was going about her customary domestic chores, when suddenly, without warning, an investigation into the cause of the explosion was conducted. And after a very thorough inquiry, the official in charge issued a rather startling statement.
There can be no question as to what caused the explosion. It occurred in a grate in the Courtney living room, and in that grate there was absolutely nothing but coal. In short, it was the coal itself which exploded.
During the remainder of 1921, reports of mysterious explosions came from various parts of England, from France, even from Belgium and Switzerland. The climax came on the 1st of January, 1923, when no less than 6 homes in Paris were reduced to ruins.
The coal which appears to have been responsible has been extracted from British mines. British miners have been intensely agitated over what they believe to be an unjust reduction in their wages.
But the conclusion which the official wished the public to draw was unmistakable. It was the miners themselves who had inserted dynamite or some other explosive substance into the coal before it was distributed.
We're agitated all right, as the gentleman puts it, and we got a right to be. And we're going to win a living wage for ourselves and our families. But we won't do it by taking the lives of innocent people. And we challenge his nibs to find 1 ounce of dynamite in any lump of coal that's been mined in England.
The explosions continued. And even when they were not of serious proportions, they were accompanied by examples of extraordinary behavior of the coal itself. There was, for instance, the report of the police inspector who visited the home of Mr. T.S. Frost.
He summoned me to his house, this Mr. Frost did. He pointed to a bucket of coal. I looked in, and the coal was exploding right there in the bucket. And all the while, little lumps are jumping out all around us and flying right through the walls of the room without leaving no mark behind.
Nor was the police inspector the only one who bore witness to these astounding events. There was the Reverend A.L. Gardner, vicar of St. Gabriel's. And there were all the townspeople who assembled at a public meeting to discuss the mysterious affair. None of them could explain it. Indeed, the only adequate explanation for the whole sequence of explosions was one offered at the time by a certain unidentified miner.
We never put no dynamite in the coal, but don't forget they've been cutting our wages and we've been starving. And we're angry men. And anger itself is dynamite. Who's to say that our anger ain't strong enough to transmit itself, so to speak, into a lump of coal?
That the emotions of the oppressed and the underprivileged could be communicated to an inanimate object. This is beyond belief. And because it is beyond belief, the story of the exploding coal remains to this day incredible but true.
The floor of the ocean has always been associated with strange legends and fantastic creatures. Most of these are, of course, mythical figures, but there is on record in a serious and scientific publication of the Danish Meteorological Society a description of a form so incredible that it staggers the imagination of man. A form which actually exists and was actually observed.
The steamship Bintang was a merchant vessel belonging to the Danish East Asiatic Company. At 3 o'clock on the morning of June 10th, 1909, it was plowing its way through the calm waters of the Straits of Malacca. At 3:15, Captain Gabe, who had retired several hours before, was awakened from a sound sleep. One of the crew was pounding violently at his door.
Well, what is it?
Captain, open the door, sir. Hurry!
What is it, man? Good Lord, what's happened?
By the dim rays of the lantern, the captain could see the expression on the sailor's face. He could see the pallor of his cheeks and the stark terror in his eyes.
Well, answer me, man. What's happened?
You'd better come up and see for yourself. It's a wheel, sir, on the water. Or I should say in it. And it is coming toward us. And if one spoke of it even so much as touches us, we will be smashed in a thousand pieces.
On deck, Captain Gabe found the entire crew huddled at the rail on the starboard side. They were silent and motionless, frozen with fear. And then he clutched the arm of the sailor beside him and gasped,
What in the name of heaven is that thing?
As far as the eye could reach, the sea was illuminated by a great wheel of light that revolved slowly just beneath the surface of the water. The fiery center of the wheel, though far out, was clearly visible. From it extended the spokes to which the sailor had referred, arms so long that they stretched beyond the horizon on one side and came within 30 yards of the boat on the other. And as they turned on their axis, they moved closer and closer to the ship's keel.
It's an optical illusion, men. There's no wheel out there at all. It must be the reflection of our own light.
But I never heard of a reflection stretching clear to the horizon. And I never saw one moving at a different speed and in a different direction from the thing that's being reflected.
Well, that's true. Perhaps another ship somewhere.
But the lookouts reported 5 minutes ago that there ain't another ship around, sir.
The captain and the crew stood staring at the monstrous mechanism, waiting for it to strike. And then, slowly, the light of the wheel grew dimmer, and the whole apparatus seemed gradually to sink deeper into the water. The ship glided smoothly and safely over the spot where it had been, and nothing remained as evidence that it had ever been seen. The submarine voyager, some have suggested, a visitor from space, has been the opinion of others, while most have simply accepted it as one of the many insoluble mysteries of the sea. A mystery. Incredible but true.
In today's modern world, we tend to ridicule the idea that there are people possessed of the power of transforming themselves into animals. Yet, every now and then, a story appears in the chronicles of the strange and the incredible that makes us pause to wonder. Consider, for example, the case of Carl Janus.
When the writer Maurice Russell retired to a lonely cabin in the mountains of northern Georgia, He took with him voluminous notes which were to form the basis of his next novel. But he did not know then that the most intriguing, the most tantalizing story that he would ever write lay not in his carefully kept files, but in the creature who bore the name of Carl Janus.
Yes? Come in.
Good morning.
The sound of that voice, Russell whirled around.
My name's Janus. I just moved into the hut down the valley.
Well, I'm glad to know you.
His new neighbor's appearance had shocked him to the core. His brows were shaggy, and his black beard failed to conceal his remarkably powerful jaws. The hands were covered with thick hair and tapered off in long, dirty, claw-like nails. And his front teeth protruded like fangs.
Why, he's like an animal.
A week later, Russell stumbled on the answer. It was during a conversation with another neighbor, Saul Pritchard, who had dropped into the cabin with a piece of bad news.
Tom Westerfield's boy, walking along the road last night, and all of a sudden this critter jumped out at him and darn near tore him to pieces. Says it might have been a big dog or a wildcat or even a wolf.
That's it, of course. That's what he looks like. A wolf.
In the 2 months that followed, 4 other men were also attacked. And then, on a certain night, when Saul Pritchard was returning from a trip to town, his wagon had just rounded a sharp curve on Little Bald Mountain, and suddenly his horse reared back and whinnied in terror. It's the wolf. As he spoke, the wolf, who had been crouched on a boulder at the side of the road, sprang through the air. Saul Pritchard seized a pitchfork that lay beside him in the wagon. He raised it in front of him to guard himself, and the beast's body, hurtling against the improvised weapon with terrific force, was impaled on the ground. Saul did not wait to see whether it was dead or not. But the following morning, searchers who returned to the scene found only the bloody pitchfork. Afterward, as time passed, and no more attacks ensued on the roads around Bald Mountain, the inhabitants concluded that they were at last rid of the killer. But the writer, Maurice Russell, has added a significant footnote. A few nights after Saul Pritchard's encounter with the wolf, Russell and Pritchard visited Carl Janus' hut. No one responded to their knocking. Janus lay motionless on his bed. His shirt front was stained with blood. Russell unbuttoned the shirt and examined the body carefully.
That pitchfork you used, Saul, it had 3 prongs?
Yes, that's right. Why do you ask?
Because there are no holes in Carl Janus' shirt. But there are 3 deep gashes in his chest.
Yes, the man Carl Janus, the man whose appearance in the community had been simultaneous with the appearance of the wolf, had died with marks on him which one might have expected only the wolf to bear. Let those who scoff at the werewolf tradition, let them explain this astonishing story. A story incredible but true.
There was nothing uncommon about the ghost at the Royal Irish Constabulary Barrack. And the only reason for singling him out is just because he was typical, because he was responsible for things which simply couldn't happen if there were no ghosts.
The old house, which had been chosen as a police barrack, seemed particularly cozy and comfortable to Constable Kelly on that bitter winter night when he came off duty at 12 o'clock. The rest of the force had retired. The guard was nowhere in sight. And so the constable settled down in the kitchen, removed his shoes, and placed his frozen feet on the hob before a blazing fire. He had just lit his pipe and taken 1 or 2 deep, satisfying puffs when he heard... Now, it was not an unfamiliar sound. The lockup was a 1-story lean-to opening off the kitchen. Inebriated gentlemen would frequently awaken in the middle of the night and express their righteous indignation by rattling the iron door of their cell. The sound was repeated with increasing vigor, and at length Constable Kelly's compassion outweighed his sense of propriety. He arose and, taking a candle from the table, approached the door to the lean-to. Selecting a key from his key ring, he opened it. There were 2 cells in the lockup, one behind the other, and the iron door stood between them. Constable Kelly found the first one empty.
Well, no. That's a queer thing indeed.
And so it was. For the constable's candle revealed that the second cell was empty also, and the iron door was locked and bolted. Carefully locking the door behind him, the constable returned to his place by the fire. But barely had he relit his pipe when...
No. What in the world was that?
He jumped to his feet again, picked up the candle, and once more strode toward the lean-to. But before he reached it, he stopped abruptly and staggered back with a gasp of amazement.
Great jumping Jehoshaphat! Both doors are wide open.
Yes, both doors. The iron one which he knew had been bolted, and the outer wooden one which he himself had locked with his own key, both were standing ajar. And there was no one but himself, either in the cells or in the kitchen. The following evening, Kelly was assigned to guard duty. He had brought his mattress downstairs and had laid it across 2 tables in the center of the room. Now he picked up a magazine and, stretching himself out on the makeshift bed, began to thumb through its pages. It was at that moment that the thing happened.
Now, who's doing that? Stop it, will you? Cut it out! Stop trying to shove me out of bed!
The constable leaped to his feet and threw back the covers. He looked under the table on which the mattress was resting. He glanced slowly and cautiously around the room.
Well, now, I must have been dreaming.
And having thus reassured himself, he started to lie down, but...
Hey! What in the name of him? Hey! Oh! Well, now, what do you know about that?
Not until he had removed his bed to another part of the room was Constable Kelly able to remain in it for more than 30 seconds. This was not the last of the strange events which occurred at the Royal Irish Constabulary, and which were attested to by all of the officers who resided there. We may glibly say that there are no ghosts. But then how shall we account for the thousands of authenticated ghost stories? Stories incredible but true.
Death under mysterious circumstances is not unusual, but the case of J. Temple Thurston differs somewhat from the regular pattern. Although years have elapsed since the night of his passing, no one yet knows how or why he died.
It is presumed that the Thurstons quarreled in the winter of that year, 1919, and decided to go their separate ways. For by April, the family had scattered, the servant had been dismissed, and the house stood empty. And so, had an alert neighbor not noticed the flicker of flame behind one of the second-story windows, Hawley Manor probably would have burned to the ground. But the alarm was promptly turned in, and within a very short time, fire engines were ruffling the early morning calm of the highly respectable suburban street. The flames had made but little headway, and before another quarter of an hour had passed, they were extinguished. But in the water-soaked and acrid-smelling room upstairs, where the fire had occurred, 2 members of the company, who had remained behind to investigate the causes of the fire, were looking at each other with considerable perplexity.
It's a queer one, all right, ain't it, Captain? Nobody in the house, no dirty rags or crossed wires or nothing like that. No fireplace, no smell of paraffin. Seems like it must have flared up right here in the middle of the room. It was heading toward that door there, but it never got that far.
Wonder where the door leads.
Bedroom, I suppose. Let's take a look.
It was a bedroom, and the 2 firemen, standing on the threshold surveying it, saw that it had not been touched by the fire. Even the smell of smoke was scarcely perceptible.
Everything's shipshape here, Captain. You wouldn't even know that the... Go, blimey, Captain, look. Isn't that chair there? Ain't that the top of a man's head?
The chair was facing the windows, its back to the door.
It's J. Temple Thurston, Captain. I've seen him often.
You mean it was J. Temple Thurston?
Aye. He's the dead one, all right. Captain, what was he doing sitting here fully dressed at 3 o'clock in the morning? He wasn't drinking. He wasn't reading a book. He was just sitting. And why did he go on sitting after the fire started?
Must have been dead already.
But what did he die of?
Trouble, perhaps. He didn't burn to death, we know that. His clothes ain't even scorched.
Aye, but... Captain, look. His ankle.
The captain glanced down. He saw the flesh of Thurston's ankle showing from beneath the bottom of his trousers. And then both men began ripping the clothes from the lifeless body. In another moment, the figure in the chair was nude, and the firemen were staring at it, their eyes opened wide in amazement and disbelief.
Blimey. Not a mark on his head or his clothes, but his body is burned to a crisp.
J. Temple Thurston had died of heart failure. The coroner's jury ascertained that. That his death preceded the fire seemed probable, since he apparently had made no effort to summon help or to extinguish it. But how a dead man's body, sitting in a room where the flames did not enter, garbed in clothes that were completely unscorched, could be burned to a crisp, is a mystery that remains unsolved. A mystery incredible but true.
Out of the fires of war have come countless stories of strange and incredible events. Many of these science has dismissed as the fabrications of minds overwrought by the excitement of battle. But in the reputable English periodical The National Message may be found a report by one Captain Cecil W. Haywood, which can scarcely be explained away so easily. However tense the battle, is it likely that thousands of minds would be affected with the same delusion?
In the dark hours of early 1918, Captain Haywood was stationed at the town of Bethune, France, near the famous Bassett front. The British position was precarious.
We're giving up position then, Major?
We've got to, Captain. We're outnumbered 3-1.
Wouldn't it be advisable, sir, to cover the withdrawal? A few volunteers could man the edge of the canal.
They wouldn't last 10 minutes.
Those 10 minutes might save 10,000 lives. If you permit me, sir, I'd like to command the volunteers.
Hastily entrenched at the edge of the canal, a handful of grim-faced, silent men repulsed wave after wave of the unleashed fury of enemy troops.
How many shells left, Private?
Only a couple hundred rounds, sir.
Grenades?
What grenades, sir?
Well, at least let's make the shells count.
Yes, sir. We'll...
Here they come again. Steady now.
Look at the blasted armies now. Coming down over the bank like a swarm of imps. Before you know it, they're... Sir? What's happened, sir?
They stopped firing. And look, they're turning back.
Yes, suddenly, and for no apparent reason, the Germans had ceased to advance. They were scrambling back to their positions. And then...
They've started up again, sir.
Yes, but not at us.
God blimey. You're right, sir. They're popping away at that hill over there.
But why, Private? Why? There's not a soul on it. Why should they be firing on an empty hill?
And if that were not incredible enough, a moment later, before the astonished eyes of the captain and the gunner, the entire German army suddenly broke its lines and began to flee in the wildest confusion. Quickly, the retreating British army consolidated its lines and counterattacked. Within a short time, the Germans, who had had victory within their grasp, were overwhelmed. As the prisoners began pouring in, Captain Haywood, still baffled by the incredible incident, visited the prison yard to interview them.
I want to know why you retreated. Why did your artillery fire at the hill?
Then you did not see the cavalry?
Cavalry? What cavalry?
On the hill. Men in white uniform on white horses. There were thousands of them.
You were firing at men on white horses?
Yeah, but it did no good. We could not stop them. They kept right on riding, and not a single one of them fell.
The triumph of the British at Bethune must be attributed to an apparition, a mysterious and unexplained vision which turned the tide of battle. Every German prisoner, among them many officers of high rank, told this same story to Captain Haywood. A story incredible but true.
Physicians of the mind, from witch doctors to psychoanalysts, have been fascinated by the phenomenon of dreams. And though there are many today who feel that they have found the key to interpreting them, who would dare say that he could explain such a dream as was dreamt by one Adrian Christian, captain of the good ship British India?
In September of 1880, the British India was 3 nights out from Sydney en route to Rangoon. Captain Christian lay in his bunk, tossing fitfully as he slept. At length he awoke. Beads of perspiration appeared on his brow. He was strangely troubled by the dream he had had. And so he arose and went on deck.
Do you walk to sleep, eh, Captain?
No, I slept all right. Merrill,
Do you believe in dreams? If you had the same dream twice, exactly the same dream.
That happens now and then, sir.
Yes, but 47 years apart. Once when I was a boy and again tonight. I was captain of a ship. We sighted another ship. It was sinking. We took the survivors aboard, and among them was my own family.
And the same both times, eh?
Except that tonight there was no rescue. I awoke too soon. But there was something else. I saw it in flaming letters, just as the dream ended. The word family. Merrill, beginning right now, tonight, I want you to double the lookout.
The following night, the mate was called from the bridge by one of the crew. Captain Christian wanted to see him at once.
Merrill, I want you to give the pilot an order. Tell him to change our course to due north. I've had the same dream again, Merrill. But this time, I had the distinct impression the ship's position was due north of us.
Aye, sir. But, well, what will I tell the crew? They won't like it. They're anxious to get to port.
And the crew didn't like it. When they demanded an explanation, the first mate had no choice but to tell them the truth.
A dream? Well, I'll be hanged if I'm going to be lost at sea for anybody's dream. And I don't care if it sounds like mutiny.
Another day passed, and the discontent grew. But Captain Christian remained adamant. And so they sailed on. Still no ship hove into view, and the crew huddled on the deck and spoke in ominous whispers. And then...
Captain, sir, look out. Reports a ship foundering off the port bow.
Hurriedly, the lifeboats were lowered. And then, as the survivors began to come aboard, Captain Christian, standing at the rail, suddenly seized one by the shoulders.
Tom Christian!
Standing there before him, just as he stood in the dream, was Captain Christian's brother. Nor is that the end of this amazing story. A few minutes later, the first mate stood at the captain's side. There was a look of wonder in his face.
Captain, did you notice the name of that vessel out there? She was called the Family.
And so the dream of Adrian Christian's boyhood, the dream that had haunted him through nearly half a century, was finally fulfilled in an adventure on the high seas. An adventure incredible but true.
It is customary to associate stories of the supernatural with hot tropical countries. And while it is true that many strange tales reach us from places such as India and Africa, it is nonetheless true that the lands of ice and snow have their own incredible legends. Consider, for example, the case of that curious figure of the far north, the monk of Sawtooth Mountain.
The chief attraction that drew Joseph Holland and his wife to Alaska that summer was the fact that it was practically unpopulated. They were tired of the fervid social whirl, and the prospect of a land where almost no one lived seemed highly alluring to them. On a certain evening toward the end of their visit, they sat at a bar in a village near the foot of the Sawtooth Range. The bartender, his chin resting on his cupped hands, listened with interest to their conversation.
But you heard what the man at the hotel said. There's a storm in the valley every day. The worst snowstorms in the whole country.
I still think we ought to try it.
Sure you ought to try it.
You mean we won't get lost?
Oh, you'll probably get lost, and the dogs will get lost, too. But you'll pull out of it okay, and you'll be glad you tried it. It's an experience you'll never forget.
And that was all the bartender would say. It was cold the morning they started out, bitter cold. But the sun was bright in the heavens, and there was no hint of a storm. At least, not until they reached the approaches to the valley. And then suddenly the storm was on them in all its fury. The wind shrieked around their heads. And so huddling close together and grasping each other's hands, they placed their slim faith in the team of dogs. And then as the storm reached its peak, they could feel themselves being pulled in first in one direction and then another. And they knew that now the dogs too had lost the trail. Grace Holland leaped to her feet and shouted in her husband's ear,
I'm going to get out. I'm going to look for the trail myself.
And so saying, she started to step over the edge of the sled. But suddenly she stopped and she pointed out at the swirling snow.
Joe! Joe, look! There's a man out there.
Joe Holland's eyes followed the line of her finger. It was utterly inconceivable, but there was a man out there. A man and a dog. The outline of their forms was only just visible.
He's a monk of some kind.
He's waving to us, Joe. He wants to show us the way.
The dog team was satisfied to follow any lead that was offered. And in a moment, the sled was moving on again. Preceded by the strange, phantom-like figure, he seemed to walk calmly, almost indifferently through the snow. In another hour, the end of the journey was in view. Joe and Grace Holland leaped from the sled and ran forward to thank their benefactor. But both the monk and his dog had vanished. It was 2 days later that the young couple found themselves back at the bar where they had first discussed their journey. The bartender greeted them genially.
Well, you made it through Stone Valley, I see.
But we wouldn't have if it hadn't been for, well...
I know. For the monk.
Oh.
Then there really was a monk. We didn't just dream it.
Everybody always says the same thing.
Everybody? You mean to say...
Sure. He's been guiding people along that trail for a couple of 100 years. If it weren't for him, there'd have been plenty of deaths in the valley. As it is, there's never been one.
That's all that anyone knows about the monk of Sawtooth Mountain. A legend, we may say, or a myth. But in saying it, we do not alter the fact that numerous men and women claim that they owe their lives to this remarkable figure. A figure incredible but true.
The thing happened on an autumn afternoon in the city of Norfolk, Virginia. And to try to explain it, you must know also of the incident that occurred on that same afternoon in another city more than 3,000 miles away. But in all the years that have passed since that particular afternoon, no one, neither scientist nor spiritualist, pretends to understand it.
It was in a movie house that the thing happened, in the Lowe State Theater in Norfolk. And the day was September 15th, 1930. The talkies were little more than a toy then. Travelogues had been made, and Vitaphone shorts, of course, but the day of full-length features had only just dawned. Hence, as the feature began, the audience leaned forward in their seats with eager anticipation. And on the screen flashed the name of the film and the credits. The Sea Wolf, adapted from the novel by Jack London, starring Milton Sills. Up in their box at the rear of the theater, the operator and George, his assistant, sat side by side, their eyes on the screen below, anticipating an hour or so of pure enjoyment, their ears tuned to the smooth, familiar automatic click of the projector. But they were doomed to disappointment, for something unforeseen was taking place.
It's the soundtrack, George. Something must be wrong with it.
No, neither words nor music were audible in the theater. Already the audience was beginning to express its annoyance. The operator and his assistant worked feverishly over the sound unit. They examined every possible source of trouble. And after 5 minutes, the operator shook his head in perplexity.
I can't find it, George. I give up. Let's haul out the emergency unit.
So they flashed the placard on the screen requesting the audience to be patient. And then they connected the emergency sound unit and started the film from the beginning. Once again, the spectators grew quiet. But within an instant, both men were on their feet.
George, there's still no sound. The emergency unit doesn't work either.
3.5 hours later, the two men were still bent over the sound equipment. The patrons had long since filed out of the theater. And if they had not finally given up hope, the operator and his assistant might still be there. For neither they nor anyone else was ever able to determine the mechanical cause of the trouble. And then, on the following afternoon, when the men went back on duty, both were wondering whether the cause was mechanical, for both had seen the morning papers.
You read about it then, huh, George? It couldn't have had anything to do with that soundtrack, could it? But if it didn't, it's the craziest coincidence I ever heard of. 2 sound units go on to blink for no reason at all. And at the same time, on the same afternoon, Milton Sills, the star of the movie, dies.
Yes, on the afternoon of September 15th, 1930, the career of the illustrious Milton Sills came to an end. As the audience in a theater in Norfolk, Virginia walked away, bitterly disappointed because they had failed to hear the star's voice, the star himself lay on his deathbed in Hollywood, California. Hard as it may be to believe that there could be a real connection between the two events, it is still harder to believe that it was mere coincidence. Whatever the explanation, the fact remains that the incidents did occur simultaneously. And that in itself is a fact. Incredible, but true.
To those who appreciate music but do not create it, the whole process of musical composition is a major mystery, and usually the artist himself cannot explain it. But there is on record the story of one man, the great Frenchman Charles Camille Saint-Saëns, who knew that death itself had produced his requiem.
In 1871, Saint-Saëns was known merely as a brilliant young virtuoso, and he held the post of organist at the Madeleine in Paris. On a certain day in January of that year, when the Franco-Prussian War was drawing to a close, he applied for a brief leave of absence so that he might meet his old friend Henri Reynaud in a town somewhere near the front lines. Reynaud had written in that he would be spending his day's furlough there, but when Saint-Saëns arrived, the commanding officer to whom he applied for information told him,
I am sorry, monsieur. The company to which your friend is attached has not yet returned from the front. If you will do me the honor of having dinner with me or whether, Reynaud's loss will be my gain.
So the composer, deeply disappointed though he was, sat down at a table in the commanding officer's quarters. And the two men dined together. The dandelion wine was powerful, if not tasty, and before long, Saint-Saëns had forgotten his disappointment and was enjoying himself thoroughly. Yes, Camille Saint-Saëns was in excellent spirits. And then suddenly, he stopped laughing. The smile was gone from his face. And then, a bewildered frown furrowed his brow.
How strange. How very strange.
Monsieur, what is it? Are you ill?
I heard music.
Music?
In my mind, of course. While I was laughing, it came very suddenly. Chords that I've never heard before. Usually I must labor to find a theme. This one came almost as if it was someone else who created it.
A theme for a symphony, perhaps?
No, not a symphony. It is too sad for that. They are the most mournful chords I have ever heard. They speak only of death. If I use them at all, it must be for a requiem.
Saint-Saëns returned to Paris that same evening without having seen Henri Reynaud. It was on the following afternoon that the commanding officer in the little town sat down reluctantly to pen a letter to his recent dinner guest.
I must hasten to pass on to you this sad news. Yesterday, even as we sat together at dinner, your dear friend Henri Reynaud was killed by an enemy bullet.
Yes, Reynaud's death had occurred at precisely the same moment as Saint-Saëns heard the tragic chords. And the great composer himself was profoundly impressed by the fact that it is a matter of fact that his immortal requiem came into being at the very instant that his dearest friend met his death on the battlefield. And this is a fact. Incredible, but true.
In the annals of the strange and the incredible, the sources of our stories are often those professions which one would not normally associate with tales of the supernatural. One such source is photography. Yet, from the realm of photographic experience comes a story that is no less startling than the others. It is a strange account of a camera and a corpse.
It was not that Virgil Hoyt, a photographer's assistant in St. Paul, Minnesota, was dissatisfied with his chosen profession, but there was one aspect of the work which irritated him profoundly. He felt strongly on the subject of doing camera portraits of the dead. And consequently, whenever such a call came into the studio, he did his best to avoid being sent out. There was, for instance, that summer day in the year 1928 when the head photographer, one Mr. Wickard, found him sulking in the back of the shop.
I thought you were due out at the fielding home at 2, Hoyt.
Yeah, I was, but... Well, couldn't you go instead, Mr. Wickard?
Aye, why should I?
Well, it's another one of those deathbed jobs, and you know how I feel about them.
I'm not interested in how you feel about them. Now, you'd better get moving or you'll be late.
It was a few minutes after 2 when Virgil Hoyt arrived at the fielding home. Hoyt followed Mr. Fielding through a dark corridor into a small sunroom at the rear of the house. And there stood a handsome casket. And in the casket lay Mr. Fielding's mother. She had been an old woman, and unless he was greatly mistaken, a tyrannical one, for even in her death, there was stubborn, unyielding expression in the contours of her face. Virgil Hoyt went quickly and competently to work. He exposed 3 plates in all. And then he returned to the studio and handed them over to the developer, quite content that he'd done a capable piece of work. An hour later, Mr. Wickard, carrying the proofs in his hand, approached him angrily.
Hoyt! I told you I wouldn't have you allowing your personal feelings to interfere with your work.
But I didn't, Mr. Wickard. I did a good job at the Fielding house, the best I could.
Did you really? Well, take a look at these proofs.
Hoyt seized the proofs and stared at them in blank amazement. The old woman's face was completely concealed. It was covered by a thick, cloud-like veil.
I don't understand this, Mr. Wickard. There must be something wrong with the camera.
There's nothing wrong with the camera. I checked it myself. You deliberately fogged those plates, Hoyt. Now go on, get out. You're through.
And so Virgil Hoyt, bewildered and disconsolate, collected his belongings and prepared to leave the studio. But just as he approached the door to the street, it opened suddenly, and Mr. Fielding, the son of the dead woman, stepped in.
I've come to pay you for your work.
You don't have to pay us, Mr. Fielding, until you get the pictures.
Well, but you see, I decided that I don't want the pictures. I realize it sounds a little foolish, but I thought it all over, and it wouldn't be fair to my mother.
How do you mean?
She was a very strong-willed woman, and the thing she hated above all else was to be photographed. She never had a picture taken in her whole life. Her spirit had been hovering near us. It would have done everything in its power to ruin those plates.
It was then that Virgil Hoyt informed his client that the plates had been ruined. That though there had been no defect in the camera, and though the dead woman had been clearly visible through the lens at the moment he took her picture, still, on the proofs, her face had been concealed by a heavy veil. In the minds of both of them arose the tantalizing question, could the old woman's iron will still have made itself felt even after death? It was the only conceivable explanation for this haunting mystery. A mystery incredible but true.
If the police magistrate seemed to act too hastily in the matter, he is scarcely to be blamed. For after all, if madness, even a harmless madness, did fall within his province, it was his duty to see to it that the poor afflicted person was removed to an institution. And in view of the story that Madame Blarati told him, what earthly reason could he have had to think her sane?
It was on the last day of April in the year 1907 that Madame Blarati called on the police magistrate in his office. And the magistrate had no cause to suspect that there was anything abnormal about her.
I wish to register a complaint.
Very well, madame. Against whom?
I do not know. I have never seen the person, and I have not the slightest idea of who or what he is.
I see. And this unknown person?
He lives in our apartment.
In your apartment? But you've never seen him?
No, never.
Oh. What, if I may ask, is your complaint against him?
He makes us walk on our hands.
I beg your pardon. What did you say?
I said he makes us walk on our hands. My son, my brother.
That's what I thought you said. How does he do it?
I'm sure I do not know. All I know is that he is waiting for us in the vestibule whenever we come in. The moment we step through the doorway, he, or it, whichever it may be, forces us to bend down and put our feet in the air and walk on our hands.
But,
And I do not like it. I demand that you put a stop to it immediately.
It was obviously a case that had been allowed to go too far already. And so he summoned Sergeant Minot and told him the sad story.
Apparently, Pierre, the whole family, stark raving mad. There is only one thing to do, I'm afraid.
Have them examined?
Precisely. And if I am correct, have them put away.
But since the magistrate was not at all certain that the Blarati family would come peacefully, he invited Sergeant Minot to accompany him to the Rue Montreuil that evening. The two men entered the apartment building just after dusk had fallen and made their way upstairs to the Blarati's door. The magistrate tested the knob gingerly.
Very locked here. The door's unlocked. You wait right here. I will try to reason with them first. If that fails, if they resist, I'll call you. Oh, yeah. Help me. Will remove me.
Well, who, monsieur? There is no one here.
Don't try to tell me there is no one. Let go. Let go, I say.
Monsieur, why are you lying down on the floor like that?
He's forcing me down. Get him off, I tell you.
But I see no one. There is only you and I, monsieur. Monsieur, monsieur, do you realize what you're doing? You're walking on your hands.
And so the Blarati family was neither apprehended, nor examined, nor put away. In the report which was filed by the magistrate of the Saint-Marguerite district, the only recommendation was that the apartment be disinfected because of the presence of some unknown malady. But no disinfectant could be found that was potent enough to destroy what was apparently not a malady, but a force, a supernormal force, a force incredible but true.
As the creator and producer of the Incredible But True series, it is not within my province to judge our stories, only to report them as accurately and as faithfully as I can. And so, in this moving account of little Luigi Pannoni, I offer you no conclusions. Make of it what you will. Ken?
They lived on the west side of New York, the Pannoni family. Mother and son and grandfather. And they lived happily until that bitter day, shortly after Luigi's 4th birthday, when he was stricken with the dread paralysis germ.
It might have been better if he had died. He cannot see, he cannot hear, he cannot talk. What kind of a life is that?
Mrs. Pannoni consulted specialists. But one after another, they shook their heads gravely and explained that only a miracle could restore the boy's faculties.
That's what the doctors say, Father. They can do nothing for him. Only a miracle can make him well again.
Luigi's grandfather turned very pale. And Mrs. Pannoni noticed that when he arose from his chair a moment later, his whole body seemed to be shaking. And that night, after the family had retired, she heard a cry from her father's room.
Nina! Nina! Come quick!
She leaped from her bed and rushed out into the hall, and on the threshold of his room she found him lying. He had suffered a stroke. The grief, the sorrow, had been more than he could bear. The weeks passed, and then, on a certain morning in August, Mrs. Pannoni approached her father's bed and bent over him to catch the words that he was trying so desperately to utter.
Nina, sometimes when the man is dying, he's a pray. And God hears his prayer. Nina?
Yes, sometimes, Father, but...
Well, no, I am praying. You hear me, Nina? Oh, God, make little Luigi well again. Make him to hear again, and see again, and talk again. This I ask you before I die. Take me, oh God, but make little Luigi. Make him...
She knew he was gone. She knew there was nothing anyone could do for him now. And yet, she arose and moved toward the door to call for help. But at that moment, the door flew open.
Mama! Luigi! Mama! I can talk again. And I can see and I can hear. It happened just now. I was sitting in my room and... Mama! What's happened to Grandpapa?
Yes, at the moment that the old man's last breath was being spent in a final prayer for the boy's recovery, Luigi Pannoni suddenly regained the use of his faculties, of all his senses. And the doctors had no explanation for it. They could only call it a miracle. Incredible, but true.
There are on record numerous incidents in which dogs have shown an almost human sensitivity. More startling than these, however, is the strange and tragic story of a dog, Hamlet, whose awareness, whose perception, proved to be nothing less than superhuman.
In the daily routine of the Rockwell household, where Hamlet the dog made his home, there was only one event which succeeded in arousing him from his customary brooding lethargy. That was young Ruth Rockwell's return home from the city college each afternoon. And so, on that fatal evening in November of 1929, when Ruth came into the house with a strange, preoccupied expression and an unnatural glint in her eyes, Hamlet jumped up from his favorite spot before the fireplace and came bounding toward her. But the girl ignored him this time and walked straight upstairs to her room. When she had removed her coat, she sat down at her desk and began to write.
And I know it will be a terrible blow to you, and you will grieve for me. But even though I am dead, don't think that you will never hear from me again. Every night, at exactly 9 o'clock, I will try to come back to you.
A few miles away at the Curtis airfield, a young flight instructor was warming up his plane, preparing to take off. He was to give Ruth Rockwell her first lesson in night flying. And at length she appeared and took her place behind the dual controls. When the plane had risen several hundred feet into the air and was circling over the field, Ruth Rockwell suddenly climbed up on the cockpit cowling, and while the instructor gasped in horror, she stepped calmly out into the empty blackness and went plunging to her death. It was early the following morning when her grief-stricken father found the note lying on the pillow. With tears streaming down his cheeks, he read it aloud to her mother, and then he folded it and put it away. That evening, even though they knew that she was gone forever, as the hour of 9 approached, both of them found themselves growing tense and expectant. Mr. Rockwell and his wife would have spoken if they could, but that was impossible. For both knew that now they were awaiting something. As the clock began to strike, they leaned intently forward, their every sense alert. 9 strokes, and it was then, at that very moment, that the dog Hamlet jumped suddenly to his feet, bounded toward the door, barking wildly, his tail wagging, exactly as if he were greeting someone who had just entered.
He's never done that before, except when Ruth walked into this room.
From that night on, throughout the weeks and months that followed, the same remarkable thing occurred. They had no choice but to conclude that somehow Ruth had kept her promise. That though they themselves were unaware of her presence, still she had returned in some mysterious form. A form incredible but true.
The Wanderer, the ship that Captain Brander commanded, was a fine four-masted bark that made her maiden voyage in the year 1891. Here is a tantalizing account of a captain who could not abandon his ship.
The moment Captain John Brander set foot on the Wanderer's deck, he knew that this was the vessel he had been dreaming of ever since his boyhood. That he could ask nothing more than to remain at her helm until the day he died. And for 5 years he did remain there. Then, on a summer day in 1896, he received word that the head of the shipping company for which he sailed was waiting to see him in an office in Philadelphia.
Yes, Captain. We figure you deserve the biggest and best ship we can offer you. So we're transferring you. You've taken your last voyage on the Wanderer.
In the years that followed, he commanded numerous vessels, and yet not one ever replaced the Wanderer in his affection. 11 years later, Captain Brander was spending a brief shore leave with his wife in a hotel in Liverpool. And it was there, at 2 o'clock on the morning of April 14th, 1907, that the strange thing occurred. As the captain slept, he dreamed. And in his dream,
he found himself suddenly standing on a dock in a strange harbor. Darkness had fallen, but still he could see a ship at anchor, her lights throwing shimmering reflections on the black waters below.
Good Lord! It's a wanderer. What's he doing here?
And then he saw another shape looming abruptly through the fog. It was the bow of a steamer, and it was moving swiftly, blindly toward the wanderer's side. In another instant came the crash. He stood there helpless on the dock, watching the crew abandoning his beloved vessel, watching the flames devour her, watching her settle forever beneath the waves. It was at the hotel breakfast table the following morning that Captain Brander learned the meaning of his dream. He saw his wife suddenly put the newspaper she was reading aside with a strange, furtive gesture.
What's the matter, Mary? What did you see there?
Well, all right. I suppose you'd find out sometime anyway. It's at the bottom of the page.
Heavy fog that lay over the Elbe River last night was responsible for the loss of several lives. The victims were members of the crew of the German liner Gertrude Wehrmann, which rammed and sank the four-masted bark, the Wanderer, standing at anchor in the harbor at Hamburg. The collision occurred at 2 o'clock this morning.
Yes, at 2 o'clock in the morning, at the exact moment that Captain John Brander cried out in his sleep. At that moment, the ship itself was going down in a port several hundred miles away. The details of the real disaster were identical with those which the captain had observed in his dream. A dream incredible but true.
Throughout the years, ships that sail the seas have proved a plentiful source of tales of the strange and the incredible. For it is only natural that men, consigned for days on end to limitless horizons of empty sky and water, should be subject to visions and hallucinations. But how shall we explain the vision of Mr. Wilmot, which was confirmed by its own subject, someone who had been nowhere near the sea?
The thing happened aboard the steamer City of Limerick on its last night out. For 9 whole days, the vessel had been lashed by furious storms. As the ship lurched and rolled and threatened at each moment to go plunging forever beneath the waves, Mr. S.R. Wilmot thought much of the things he might never see again. His home in Bridgeport, Connecticut, his factory there, his children, and above all, his wife. On the 10th night, the sea at last grew calm, and Mr. Wilmot lay gratefully down on his bunk and prepared to sleep. As he lay there, he listened to the slow, regular, peaceful breathing of William Tate, who shared his cabin with him and slept in the berth overhead. And then he saw her standing in the doorway, a woman who was unmistakably his wife.
Margaret, what are you doing here?
But she did not answer. She came slowly toward him, and standing by his bed, bent and kissed him. Feeling her lips on his, feeling the touch of her hand on his cheek, he told himself that this was no dream. This was really happening. But then suddenly, she was gone, and there was nothing before him but the empty, moon-drenched cabin. In the morning, when he awoke, Mr. Wilmot knew, of course, that it must have been a dream. He lay for a moment, smiling at his own credulity, when from the berth above a voice inquired,
All right, Wilmot. Confess now. Who was she?
Who was who?
The woman who came tiptoeing into this room and stood by your bed and kissed you.
That afternoon, the City of Limerick docked at New York, and Mr. Wilmot took the night train to Bridgeport. He saved the question he had to ask his wife until he and she were alone.
But even then he had no opportunity to speak, for it was his wife who inquired,
How is it, dear, that you didn't have a private cabin on the return voyage?
What makes you think I didn't have one?
Why, there was another man with you. He slept in the bunk above yours.
But how could you know that?
It was last night, dear. I couldn't sleep. We've been reading about the storms on the Atlantic, and I was terribly worried. Oh, I know this sounds absurd, but it's true. I seemed to be crossing the water and coming aboard your ship. I went into your room, and even though that man was there, I bent down and kissed you.
Here was an incident in which 3 different individuals participated, and which each independently confirmed. It's an incident incredible but true.
There are many baffling accounts in the chronicles of strange events, accounts of men who can read another man's most secret thoughts, who can even foretell the date of his own death. Here is one of those stories. It is the curious tale of an incident in the lives of 2 great religious leaders.
Emanuel Swedenborg, the founder of the New Jerusalem Church, possessed occult powers, and no better proof of this can be found than in the curious correspondence which he carried on with that other great religious leader, John Wesley, the father of Methodism. It comprised only 3 letters, written within a space of a few short days. The first arrived in London on a morning in February in the year 1772.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Wesley, but there's a letter for you, and it's come all the way from Stockholm.
Well, I know men in many parts of the world, but none whom I can think of in Stockholm. However, there's one there I'd like to know, Swedenborg. I've heard much concerning him lately. Well, this is remarkable. Listen. Sir, I have been informed in the world of the spirits that you have a strong desire to converse with me. I shall be happy to see you if you will favor me with a visit. Emanuel Swedenborg.
Later that same day, John Wesley penned a courteous reply to Emanuel Swedenborg.
Sir, I have for some time hoped that I might make the acquaintance of one whose name is respected throughout all the civilized world. However, since I am at this moment engaged in preparation for a 6-month journey on the continent, I must postpone that pleasure until my return to London.
It was on the day Wesley was to depart from England that the second and last of Emanuel Swedenborg's letters arrived.
Sir, I deeply regret the circumstances which prevent our meeting, but the time that you propose will be, I fear, too late, for I shall go into the world of spirits on the 29th day of next month, never more to return.
Without comment, John Wesley folded this strange message and placed it in his portfolio. It was not until later that the lay preacher brought him news one morning in a little town in Germany.
Dead, you say?
Yes, Mr. Wesley. I met a man from Stockholm this morning. Swedenborg died quite unexpectedly about a month ago. It was the 29th day of March.
The body of scientific knowledge has grown enormously since the days of Emanuel Swedenborg, and new facts are discovered and classified each day, but none has yet been revealed which casts any light on the powers of Swedenborg himself. Powers incredible but true.
Strange and mysterious though our dreams may seem, it is usually possible to relate them to our past life. But there are some dreams which are not so easily explained. Consider, for example, the dream of Mrs. Wilkie, a dream whose meaning could be unfolded only by the events of the future.
It was on a summer night in the year 1855 that Mrs. Wilkie saw the name in her dream, the odd and unfamiliar name. Her husband, Mr. Frank B. Wilkie, lay sleeping in an adjacent bed.
Frank. Frank, wake up.
Yes? What is it?
Do we know anybody named Edsel, or maybe it was Esdale? Yes, I think that was it.
Good Lord, dear, of course not. What's the matter with you anyway?
Oh, I just woke up a few moments ago, and I had that name in my mind. I dreamed about it.
And for that you wake me up?
But it was such a vivid dream, Frank. Oh, it was so horrible. I was
Oh,
walking...
don't tell me about it now, please. I want to get back to sleep.
And with that, Mr. Wilkie rolled over on his side and closed his eyes. But on the following morning, when they sat at the breakfast table together, Mr. Wilkie raised his head from the newspaper he was reading and inquired in a curious tone.
What was that name you asked me about last night, dear?
Esdale, or something like that.
Funny thing. There is a man named Esdale. There's a story about him on the first page. He lives in Hyde Park. What was this dream of yours, anyway?
I was walking along the lake shore, and all of a sudden, I saw a big box lying on the beach. I went up to it, and it was a coffin. And on it there was a name, that name. I could see it just as plainly as I can see you right now.
You're quite sure you never heard of him before?
I'm absolutely sure, Frank. Oh, but I guess I must have read about him in the paper yesterday. That must be the explanation.
It couldn't be, dear. There was no reason for the paper to mention him yesterday. You see, it was just last night that he disappeared from home.
For 4 days after that, no trace of William E. Esdale was found. And now and then, during those days, Mr. and Mrs. Wilkie would glance at each other, and in the eyes of each would be the same troubled expression, the same hint of fear. But on the evening of the 5th day, when Mr. Wilkie returned home from the office, his first words were,
"Well, dear, they finally found this chap Esdale."
Oh, Frank, I'm so glad. Ever since I had that silly dream, I've been afraid that... Well, you know.
Yes, I know. But they didn't find him alive, dear. He'd been dead for several days.
Frank, where was his body?
It was lying on the sand down at the lake shore.
It would be easy to argue that Mrs. Wilkie had seen the name Esdale sometime prior to her dream and had forgotten it. But why she should have dreamed of it on the very night the stranger died, and how it was that she saw his coffin in the very spot where his body was later found, these are questions which are not so readily answered. They comprise a mystery to which no key has ever been discovered. A mystery incredible but true.
When a man of science, a man whose erudition and integrity have never been questioned, tells us of an experience that fits into the category of the unexplained, it is difficult to question it. Dr. Hilprecht was such a scientist, and his is the remarkable story of a man who journeyed into the past.
Dr. Hermann Hilprecht is known to students of antique culture throughout the world. His book, Old Babylonian Inscriptions, is held in high repute. This is the book on which he was laboring that night in the spring of 1893, when the strange, the incredible thing happened. It was well past midnight, and he had been sitting in his study for several hours, puzzling over 2 simple sketches that lay on his desk. At length, the door opened, and his wife entered the room, inquiring gently.
Had you not better stop now, dear? It's getting very late.
Please, please, my dear. I cannot stop until I've solved these 2 problems.
A half hour passed, and then an hour, and still he sat brooding at his desk. Then, once again, the door opened behind him, and footsteps approached his chair. Dr. Hilprecht turned angrily.
My dear, I thought you were asleep by now. Won't you please... Oh.
The doctor's voice trailed off into silence, for it was not his wife who stood looking over his shoulder. It was a priest of the ancient Temple of Bel.
I will help you. Come with me.
Suddenly, a silvery mist seemed to cover everything, and gradually the walls of the office dissolved into it, The doctor, moving as if in a great void, followed the weird white figure until the two stood at last in a great room.
Fair Kimra, you are at Nippur, in the treasure chamber of the Temple of Bel. It was here that I received the command from a mighty king to make for the statue of the god Ninip a pair of agate earrings.
And the inscription on them?
To the god Ninip, son of Bel, his Lord Pericalso, Pontifex of Bel, has presented this.
Dr. Hilprecht found himself once again in his own study, seated before his desk. For a moment, he thought he had dreamed. But then suddenly a hand fell on his shoulder. He turned to find the priest of the Temple of Bel still standing above him.
There, on the page that lies open before you, the name of Nebuchadnezzar. It is wrong. It means, Nebo, protect my boundary.
Why, yes, that's it. Boundary.
But Dr. Hilprecht's gratitude fell on the empty air, for the priest of Bel had vanished. Yes, this is the amazing story told by a man of science. From any source less reputable than this, it would be a story that might be readily brushed aside. And even now, its authenticity might well be doubted, were it not for the fact that Dr. Hilprecht's translation of the inscription on the agate and his interpretation of the meaning of Nebuchadnezzar's name have stood the test of time and further research. And this is a fact, incredible but true.
Harry Nichols' vision is one of those stories which carries within itself the ring of truth. For the facts of the case are so very strange, so hard to imagine, that one senses immediately they are not the products of imagination.
On a certain day in the year 1867, Harry Nichols, a commercial traveler, received an urgent message from his mother, for his sister Dorothy was critically ill. But when Harry arrived in his native city, his sister was dead. And on the morning after his return, Harry descended the stairs just in time to see his mother emerge from the parlor, closing the door quickly behind her. Her face was white and drawn.
Mother, what on earth's the matter?
Why, nothing, Harry. I simply went in, and when I saw Dorothy lying there, I broke down.
Dorothy Nichols was carried to her grave. And it was not until that day in August of 1876, 9 years later, that he had occasion to think seriously of his sister again. His present trip had been unusually successful, and at noon on the day in question, he went directly to his room and sat down to make out a report. A brilliant shaft of sunlight streamed through the window and fell across his desk. And then suddenly, a shadow came between him and the window. The shadow of a woman. Harry Nichols glanced up, and his pen dropped from his hand.
For the love of heaven. Dorothy!
She sat quietly in the chair at his left, her hand resting on the desk. He could see her face distinctly. She looked just as she had looked 10 years before, except for a strange and unfamiliar line that marred her cheek.
Dorothy, my dear. Dorothy, wait. Good Lord. She vanished.
The following morning, he found himself at the breakfast table with his mother.
I don't want to upset you, Mother, but... Mother, I saw Dorothy yesterday.
You saw her?
Yes, she came to me in my hotel room. She sat down beside me and stayed for a moment. And then she disappeared.
Harry, don't be foolish. We don't see the dead.
But if that's the case, Mother, why didn't I picture her exactly the way she used to look? Why had something happened to her face?
Her face?
There was a mark on it. A long, thin line, clear across her right cheek.
Harry, you're right. You did see her then.
What do you mean?
That morning, the morning after she died, I came out of the parlor, remember? I never told anybody, and I covered up what I'd done so that nobody could tell. when I was combing her hair. I dropped the brush, and when I bent down to pick it up, my hand slipped, and I scratched her right cheek with my ring.
Yes, such an admixture of the simple and the homely, with the strange and the supernatural, could scarcely be fabricated. That Harry Nichols did see his sister 9 years after her death. That the mark he saw on her cheek was the mark his mother's ring had made as she lay in her coffin. These are facts. Facts incredible but true.
If you were to read Dr. L.C. Woodman's sober and scientific treatise on the affair in the Michigan Medical News, you would know from its very tone that the facts recorded there, though they challenge the basic laws of nature, are nevertheless true. It is a strange and tantalizing account of a man who could not breathe.
As a practicing physician in the town of Paw Hawk, Michigan, Dr. Woodman had come to know most of his fellow citizens. But he had never heard of Arthur Underwood, not at least until that day in early September 1882, when one of his patients mentioned the man and his extraordinary powers.
Well, it's true, Doctor, I tell you. I saw him do it with my own eye. And I was standing right next to him, and I had my eye on him the whole time.
All of which simply proves that his hand is quicker than your eye.
But he didn't use his hands at all. I told you how he did it.
And you examined the handkerchief before the experiment?
Of course I did. It was just like any other handkerchief.
And afterward?
Well, there wasn't much left of it afterward. Just a few charred embers. But I looked at those, too, and I couldn't see anything unusual about him. Doctor, I tell you, the man's supernatural.
Mm-hmm. Where did you say he lived?
Out in the North Road. Got my horse and buggy outside if you want to run out and see him.
All right. And I'll show you that he's nothing more nor less than an amateur magician.
A half hour later, the doctor and his credulous patient mounted the steps of the porch of the Underwood home together. The doctor knocked at the front door.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hello, Mrs. Underwood. Your boy in?
Arthur? No, he ain't. He's back in the woods doing a little hunting.
The two men made their way to the patch of woods behind the house. And there, among the trees, his rifle slung over his shoulder, they found young Arthur Underwood.
Arthur, this is Dr. Woodman. I've been telling him about you, and he's kind of skeptical. He doesn't believe you made that handkerchief burn the way you did.
Oh, sure, Doc. I can make anything burn that way. I always have been able to, ever since I was a kid.
I'm afraid I'll have to see for myself, Arthur. Now, suppose you start a fire with that pile of dry leaves there.
Yes, sir, Doc. Yes, sir. You see, I just bend down like this and blow. And there's your fire.
Before the doctor's astonished eyes, the pile of dry leaves burst into flame, ignited by nothing more than Arthur Underwood's breath. In a similar fashion, he lit paper and pieces of cloth. He rinsed out his mouth at the doctor's request. He submitted to the most rigorous physical examination. But nothing that altered the fact that it was his breath, and his breath alone, that started the fire. And it stands to this day as one of the major mysteries of science. Incredible, but true.
The story of Daniel Kittredge was submitted by a listener to this series, but it is only one of thousands of such stories that are brought to the attention of those who concern themselves with the world of the unknown. And so it takes its rightful place in that vast body of evidence drawn from the everyday lives of ordinary men. Evidence that the supernormal does occur in spite of those among us who would disbelieve.
In the Chicago police records for the month of August in the year 1925, one will find set down in a sober and routine report the testimony of one Henry Becker, intimate friend of Daniel Kittredge. On the night of August 12th,
Mr. Becker visited Mr. Kittredge, and the two men sat talking of bygone days. And suddenly, at 12:27 by the clock on the mantel, Daniel Kittredge leaped to his feet and turned very pale.
My brother George, something's happened to him, Henry. He's... No, it may not be yet. If we hurry, we might still be able to help him. You've got your car out in front. Will you take me out to George's place? He's hurt, seriously hurt. If we leave right now, we may not be too late.
How could you possibly know all this? We've been sitting...
I just know it, that's all. I feel it. Now, come on, Henry, please.
Reluctantly, Henry Becker climbed into his car and drove Daniel Kittredge some 5 miles out to the apartment building where his brother lived. It was almost 1 o'clock when they finally reached their destination.
All right, Dan. Here we are.
It's too late now. George is dead.
You go up, Henry. I just can't bring myself to do it.
Cursing himself for a fool, Henry Becker climbed the 3 flights of stairs to George Kittredge's apartment. He knocked on the door and waited. He knocked again. And then finally a door directly across the hall opened, and on the threshold stood a woman in a dressing gown.
Is he dead yet?
Is who dead yet?
The gentleman who lived there, Mr. Kittredge.
Why, I don't know. Why should he be dead?
Oh, well, I thought perhaps you were a member of the family. I thought you knew.
Knew what? What's this all about?
The poor man had a terrible accident about an hour ago. He came home, and his wife was out, and he had no key. So he tried to climb in from the porch, but he fell. He fell all the way down and landed on a cement walk. Oh, it was horrible. He was still living when the ambulance took him away, but I'm sure he must be dead by now.
George Kittredge died in the Alexian Brothers Hospital shortly after he was admitted there. But the tragic news came as no surprise to his brother Daniel. Like so many other men whose relatives and friends have met a sudden death, he sensed the fact long before he had been informed of them. This, then, is a case like all the cases of its kind. A case incredible but true.
There are strange tales of violent death visited upon those who violated the sanctity of King Tut's last resting place. But most curious of all of these, and best authenticated, is the remarkable tale of the Naked Man of Newbury, the most baffling of all the stories surrounding the opening of King Tut's tomb.
It was on the 16th of February, 1923, that the sepulchral tomb of King Tut was opened. And it was just 1 month and 1 day later that the strange event occurred at Lord Carnarvon's ancestral estate near Newbury in Hampshire. On the morning of that day, 2 of his lordship's retainers sat in the sunroom of his palatial home. They were discussing his exploits in far-off Egypt.
But it ain't right, Fenton, opening the graves of people what's dead. And them what the little suffer for it. Why, Oh, there. Standing on the terrace.
Oh, blimey. He looks like a wild man.
And what's he doing running around stark naked?
It was quite inconceivable. And yet there he was, a weird, grotesque figure of a man, his hair flying, his face distorted by a maniacal grin, and not a stitch of clothes on his body. In an instant he was gone. A message arrived at the Carnarvon home, a message that served only to deepen the mystery.
He's sick. He says he's down there in Egypt with some kind of a strange malady. It was bound to happen, what with breaking into the grave of a man what's dead. He took to his bed on the 17th of March.
Well, now, that's strange. That's the same day we first seen the wild man.
Reports of the progress of his lordship's illness arrived regularly at Newbury. And meanwhile, on the Carnarvon estate, the wild man continued to be seen. There came a day when Fenton, seeing the curious figure wandering across the meadow behind the barns, decided to solve the mystery once and for all.
he pursued him toward the woods.
Blimey. And now he's gone into the woods. And he waved to me. Just like he was saying goodbye.
From that moment on, there were no further reports of the disreputable and indecent savage who had haunted Lord Carnarvon's lands in Newbury. He vanished as suddenly as he had come. As for his lordship himself, there was one last message from those who tended him in Cairo.
Lord Carnarvon is dead. He passed away peacefully at 3 o'clock on the afternoon of the 5th of April.
There's something very strange about all this, Mrs. Hawkins. The last time I seen the wild man, the last time anybody seen him, it would have been 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Cairo on the 5th of April.
There is no one who has dared to say with assurance that a connection exists between the death of Lord Carnarvon and the naked man of Newbury. Nor has anyone offered evidence to prove that either event bears a relation to the opening of the tomb of Tutankhamun, Pharaoh of Egypt. And yet it is difficult to evade certain disturbing and tantalizing conclusions in view of the facts. Facts incredible, but true.